Hey there, friends. I have something really special just for you. Imagine you're deep in the woods, surrounded by nothing but trees and snow, when suddenly you stumble upon some mysterious footprints that vanish into thin air. Spooky, right? Well, that's just the start of my thrilling adventure in the wilderness. Here, we explore the scariest stories that will keep you on the edge of your seat. To keep this channel growing, I'm begging you to subscribe and like this video. Your support truly motivates me. And don't forget to comment about where you're listening from. I'm curious to know your haunted locations. I promise, you won't want to miss a single moment of it. Plus, while we plunge into this chilling tale, I'll share a little secret to help you lose weight without lifting a finger. Yes, you heard that right. This special dietary supplement works wonders while you sleep, helping you wake up lighter and brighter. Interested? Click the link in the description below to learn more. So, grab a warm drink, get cozy, and if you enjoy the story, please subscribe and let me know in the comments where you're listening from. You're in for a wild ride. I was out in the wilderness, breathing in the crisp air and feeling excited about my day of hunting. The snow crunched under my boots like glass, and I felt a thrill of adventure. There was something magical about this place, so quiet and peaceful. Just then, I spotted fresh animal footprints leading away into the distance. My heart raced with the thrill of the chase. As I followed the footprints, the trees around me began to look taller and darker. My senses tingled. The day felt like a storybook, but a little part of me sensed that something was different. I reached a place where the footprints suddenly stopped. It was as if the animal had just disappeared into thin air. Confused, I looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of it nearby. But there was nothing. Just silence. The sun began to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the snow. I should have turned back then, but curiosity pulled me deeper into the woods. As I trudged forward, I started to hear a rustling sound in the darkness, something heavy moving through the trees. A chill ran down my spine, and I clutched my hunting gear tightly. "Hello!" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no reply. Just the sound of the wind whispering through the branches. The rustling grew louder, and I felt a weightiness in the air, like something unseen was closing in on me. Panic fluttered in my chest. Suddenly, the rustling stopped. I strained to listen, and there it was again, the sound of movement. It was circling me. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs felt frozen. I scanned the trees, searching for anything that moved, but there was nothing. Just shadows and the flickering light of the dying day. I thought about turning back, but fear had taken root. As night enveloped the forest, strange sounds echoed around me. A low growl followed by an eerie silence. My heart pounded like a drum in my ears, and I felt the oppressive weight of something lurking out there, watching me. A branch snapped behind me, and I whipped around, but there was only the darkness. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but then the ground below me seemed to shift. I stumbled forward, glancing at the footprints again. They still didn't return. Where had the creature gone? Why did it stop? Every scenario ran through my mind, each one scarier than the last. I could hear my breath growing louder, matching the beating of my heart. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. A dark figure slipping silently between the trees. I felt cold fear wash over me. Was it the thing that was hunting me? I squinted but could see nothing clearly. The wind howled, and the darkness seemed alive, wrapping around me like a heavy blanket. I wanted to call for help, but the words caught in my throat. I felt utterly alone in this vast forest, and dread filled my veins. What was out here? There was no way it could be hunting me, could it? But the feeling was undeniable. My legs finally unfroze, and I took a step back, but that only made the movement stop again. I couldn't hear anything now except my own breathing. Then I started to hear whispering, faint and unintelligible. Shivers ran down my spine, and I realized it was no ordinary night in the woods. My instincts kicked in. I had to find safety. I turned to begin making my way back, but the trees looked different in the dark, twisting and turning, as if trying to confuse me. It was as if the woods themselves were alive, shifting around me. Then I heard it, an unmistakable growl, deep and guttural. I felt ice in my veins as it echoed through the trees. I quickened my pace, but the sound followed me, each growl sending a spark of fear straight to my heart. The prince still didn't return. What had happened to that creature? Why was it gone? Every instinct told me to run. But where? I couldn't remember where I came from. Just the relentless darkness pressing in. Suddenly, I realized the growling was getting closer. The air felt electric, and I could sense something waiting just out of sight. I looked around frantically, my breath hitching in my throat. Then I heard something that froze me in place, a whisper low and chilling, right beside my ear. "You can't escape," it taunted. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The fear bubbled up inside me like a storm. I dashed forward, desperate to escape the unseen pursuer breathing down my neck. The trees loomed like giants, their branches clawing at me. I stumbled but forced myself to keep moving. The growl echoed again, now mixed with a haunting laughter that sent tremors through my legs. I couldn't look back. The forest felt like a maze, and every direction seemed darker than the last. I could feel something right behind me, hungry and relentless. I pushed myself harder, heart racing, mind racing. I had to get out of this nightmare. Then, as if mocking my desperation, the ground opened up to a small clearing. I stumbled into it, panting and scared. The moonlight bathed the area in a ghostly glow. In the center lay a deep, dark hole, an old well, its edges crumbling with age. It felt like a portal to a world I didn't want to imagine. I stood there, trembling, caught between danger and the eerie invitation of the well. The growling sound faded for a moment, leaving only the chilling silence. Then the whisper came again, right at the edge of my hearing. "Join me, it's safe down here." My heart raced at the thought. My instinct screamed for me to run away, but the darkness felt so inviting, like a warm hug from a long-lost friend. I backed away slowly, unsure of whether to flee or explore this strange place. The forest was terrifying, and yet this well felt like a mystery waiting to be solved. A snap of a twig brought me back to reality. I turned toward the sound, adrenaline surging. There, just outside the light of the moon, I saw the shadow again, creeping closer. I knew I had to choose. I could either jump into the well, into the unknown, or face whatever was after me. The growl sounded again, closer, and I felt my pulse in my throat. I couldn't stay here. I had to make a decision. What should I do? Would I risk the void of the well, or stay and confront the unseen terror in the woods? The silence around me pulsed with tension, and as I stood frozen, the pull of both darkness and shadow tugged at my very soul. I took a deep breath, and as I prepared to move, the world around me shifted once again. Everything was uncertain, and I felt suspended in fear. I was too caught up in the haunting magic of the night to know where to go or what awaited me behind the shadows. And just as the decision loomed over me, everything went black. I felt the chill seep deep into my bones as the darkness wrapped around me. My heart raced like a drum, each beat echoing in the stillness. The last thing I remembered was being swallowed by the shadows. Then suddenly I was back, standing at the edge of that clearing, but the air felt thicker. It was almost as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I could sense an electric tension in the air, a warning that something terrible was about to unfold. A soft rustling broke the eerie silence, echoing from the trees. The sound was not of wind or critters, but something much heavier. My chest tightened as I looked toward the noise. A large silhouette emerged from behind the oaks, moving slowly. It was covered in dark, matted fur, and its eyes glowed like fiery embers piercing through the night. The creature stepped into the moonlight, revealing long claws that glistened with wetness. Fresh blood? My mind raced, flashes of thoughts crashing into each other. This wasn't a normal animal. This was something primal, something that belonged in nightmares. I wanted to scream, but the sound was trapped in my throat. I glanced back at the well, noticing how it seemed to beckon to me, offering a dark sanctuary. But how could I trust something that felt so wrong? The growl from the dark figure vibrated through the ground. It sounded like it was taunting me, urging me to make a choice, doomed if I did, and damned if I didn't. The figure took a step closer, forcing me to back away. The trees felt like they were closing in, branches stretching towards me like gnarled fingers. I stumbled over a root, hitting the cold ground hard. Panic surged through me. I scrambled to my feet and sprinted toward the shadows, desperate for escape. The growl turned into a chilling laugh, a sound that twisted my insides. "You cannot hide," it echoed, and my skin prickled at the sound. I had to move faster, pushing through the undergrowth, dodging branches that seemed to reach out like arms wanting to pull me back into the darkness. I could hear it behind me, heavy paws thudding against the ground, grunting as it lunged through the trees. I didn't dare look back. My breath came in ragged gasps as I ran, my heart pounding in my ears, drowning out the night sounds. Suddenly, the ground dropped beneath me. I found myself tumbling down a steep slope, landing awkwardly among thorny bushes that snagged my clothes and scratched my skin. Pain shot through me, but there was no time to dwell on that. The growl resonated above me. It was closer now. I could feel its hot breath, and I knew I had to keep moving. With trembling limbs, I pushed through the thorny barrier and pulled myself upright. I wasn't sure where I was now, lost in the woods, with the creature stalking me just out of sight. Around me, a dense fog began to roll in, thick and suffocating, swallowing everything in its path. It obscured my vision, but I could feel the presence of the creature, lurking just beyond my immediate sight, waiting for me to make a mistake. I stumbled forward, the ground soft with moss and unfamiliar. Every step was a challenge. The haunting whispers surrounded me again, almost mocking. "You shouldn't have come here," it hissed like a serpent, wrapping around my thoughts, tightening like a noose. I fought against the fear nearly choking me, the panic almost overwhelming, but I had to find a way out. Then I noticed something, a faint light flickering in the distance. Hope sparked inside me as I pushed through the mist, moving toward it. Each step was heavy with dread, the whispers closing in, growing louder and more frantic. I could barely keep my thoughts straight. The darkness seemed to reach out, trying to pull me back into its depths. Finally, I broke through the fog and stumbled into a small clearing bathed in eerie silver light. A circle of old stone pillars surrounded me, their surfaces etched with strange runes that pulsed with a faint glow. In the center lay what looked to be an ancient altar, covered in moss and shadow. I felt drawn to it, like it held something I needed to know, a secret hidden away for years. But the moment I stepped closer, the growling returned, far more menacing now. "Leave this place," the voice boomed, echoing off the stones, filling the air with a sense of threat. It was then that I noticed something else. Tied around some of the pillars were tattered remnants of clothing, things that looked old and worn, as if someone had been trapped here long before me. My heart raced even faster as I gazed around the clearing. There were other signs of struggle. A bone, a broken arrow, and a cold chill settled in my stomach. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. The whispers turned frantic, urging me to run. I knew the creature was circling me, waiting for the right moment to pounce. Then out of the blue, a piercing scream echoed through the trees. It was terrifying, filled with pure agony and sorrow, and it hung in the air like a ghost. I could feel icy fingers crawling up my spine. I wanted to cover my ears, but I couldn't. I felt paralyzed, struck by the terror that surrounded me. The growls mixed with the scream, forming a chorus of horror. I spun around, searching for an escape route. The fog thickened again, swirling around me like a living thing, and I was losing my sense of direction. Anxiety surged in my veins as the growl came closer. It felt like the creature and the voices were drawing nearer, suffocating me in this thick, fearful haze. Suddenly, a burst of movement caught my eye. From the edge of the woods, a flash of fur darted, and before I could react, something lunged at me from the shadows. I didn't know what it was, a shadow or a nightmarish creature, but I instinctively raised my arms, bracing for impact. Whatever it was, it hit me hard, knocking me to the ground. I felt its heavy weight on top of me. Breath came in harsh panting. I gasped, open-mouthed, my body paralyzed with fear. My heart thudded like a war drum, each beat trembling through my core as I stared into the glowing eyes of the beast. It bared sharp teeth, glistening in the low light, ready to strike. For a moment, time seemed to freeze. I could see the hatred in those eyes, the predatory instinct. This was not just a hunt. This was a game. I was its prey, and it was taking its time enjoying my terror. Without thinking, I managed to shove the beast off me. I scrambled to my feet, lunging toward the stone pillars, hoping for some kind of protection. Behind me, the growl erupted into a snarl, furious and wild. I could feel its hot breath on my neck, right as I dove into the shelter of the stones. The symbols on the pillars pulsated as I pressed against them, as if they were alive, responding to my fear. The growling ceased momentarily, replaced by a tense stillness, and the hair on my arms stood on end. I could feel a strange energy surging through me, weaving with the shadows around. I slammed myself against the stones, feeling the pulsing power beneath my fingertips. It calmed the panic racing in my heart, giving me just a moment of clarity. Maybe this place could save me, shield me from the horror of what hunted me. But what price would it demand? As I took a deep breath, the silence was shattered by a blood-curdling scream, a sound that sliced through the air, rattling my very bones. No longer just a distant echo, it sounded as if it were coming from all around me. I peered through the fog, my mind racing, as I tried to comprehend the terrifying reality. I wasn't the only one here anymore. In the mist, shadows began to form, people wrapped in tattered clothes, ghostly figures filled with despair. Their eyes were filled with a haunting sadness as they reached out to me, their mouths screaming but no sound escaping. They were trapped just like me. The beast returned, lurking just outside the light, watching the confusion unfold with sadistic pleasure. Ignited by terror, I turned and sprinted toward the center of the pillars, desperate to escape its clutches. "Help us," one of the figures cried, their voice barely a whisper. It was a chilling call filled with desperation, and my heart ached for them even as I felt fear creeping back in. I could feel the creature growing closer, but something told me that the only way out of this nightmare was to confront the unimaginable, to open the door to the ancient magic that surrounded me. I had to choose, save myself or try to help these lost souls. The choice loomed before me like a dark shadow, and even as I wrestled with my fear, I knew I would have to confront what was lurking in the darkness. I stood at the altar, my breath hitching in my throat as shadows danced around me, whispering tales of despair and warning. The figures lingering at the edge of the clearing bore the marks of long-lost souls, their faces twisted in agony, mouths moving silently. I strained to hear their words, desperate for a clue, a way to break this haunting spell. The creature loomed just beyond the circle of light, eyes flickering with hunger, body coiled like a spring ready to strike. I could feel its gaze boring into me, sensing my every movement and thought. The air was thick with tension. My limbs felt heavy as if invisible chains were dragging me backward. "Help us" echoed in my mind like a mantra, pulling me toward those ghostly figures. With resolve, I stepped closer to the altar, the pulsing energy beneath my fingertips sending tingles up my arms. I closed my eyes, focusing on the ancient runes, willing myself to understand their meaning. The ground trembled slightly, and the whispers intensified, swirling around me like a storm. I could feel the weight of their desperation. It enveloped me, heavy and dark. Suddenly, an icy wind rushed through the clearing, extinguishing the dim light illuminating the pillars. I stumbled backward, heart racing as disembodied screams filled the air, layering over one another in a cacophony of terror. Still, I felt compelled to stay near the altar, its power drawing me in, promising answers hidden in the depths of the darkness. Then I noticed it. The faces among the shadows began to shift, merging with the mist, becoming almost part of it. I squinted, searching for clarity, and in that murky fog emerged a figure, a woman, her eyes wide with fear, mouth locked in an eternal silent scream. She seemed to reach for me, her hand outstretched, desperate but unwilling to cross the threshold. "Help us," she mouthed, her expression mirroring a pain I could not comprehend. The whispering grew louder, reverberating deep within me, growing into a chant. "Help us, help us," the voices urged in frantic harmony, as if enlisting my aid was the only path to salvation. Around me, the fog seemed to pulse with life, wrapping tighter, drawing closer. I felt a sudden chill snake down my spine, as if the very essence of panic was seeping into the air. The growling from the creature behind me grew lower, more predatory, a growl filled with promise of doom. The shadows thickened, flickering like candle flames in the wind, and I had to fight to keep my footing amid the unease stirring the ground. The woman's form shifted again, becoming less human and more monstrous, her features warping into something undefined as if reality was changing. I felt bile rise in my throat as I turned back toward the altar, the light beginning to dim again, fading to barely more than a soft glow. I couldn't focus. Everything around me warped and twisted, creating a dizzying dance of terror. Just when I thought I could take no more, the shadows seemed to part, revealing more terrifying figures among the dense fog. Faces I'd never seen, screaming mouths forever trapped in silence. I could hear their cries, the fear buried in their expressions as they reached out toward me. A collective longing for freedom, and I realized with horror that they were all once like me, lost in this unholy place. The growl erupted into a roar, and I knew then that I had to make a choice. I couldn't let their torment be in vain. I drew upon the energy from the altar, channeling the desperate pleas of the souls twisted in their own nightmares. With a deep breath, I faced the creature lurking just outside the radius of the stone pillars, feeling the weight of the moment settle over me. "I'll help you," I said, my voice shaking but growing steadier. "I don't know how, but I will." I held my hands tightly against the altar, letting the energy course through me, determination blending fear into something usable. It was then that the air shifted, a crackling sound tearing through the tension, making everything feel electric. The whispers morphed into a roaring wind, swirling around me like a cyclone of voices, and I felt it, the power building, reaching out, searching for the lost souls trapped in the darkness. Shadows squirmed and pulsed as I felt them respond to my call, a bond deepening with the spirits around me. But there was still the beast. I could feel its presence inching closer, and suddenly the ground underneath me shifted. I stumbled as the altar erupted with light, blinding and pure. In an instant, my surroundings transformed. The fog dissipated in angry bursts, and the faces of the trapped souls reached for the light, fierce hope written across their expressions. The growl morphed into a screeching howl, and I could sense the creature's fury, a raw, primal rage unleashed now that the veil between worlds was thinning. I turned, staring into the depths of its bloodshot eyes, feeling the heart of the forest surge around me, trying to help, and then shock. The ground cracked open, revealing a rift glowing with an ominous light. The scream of the woman merged with the howl of the beast, creating a cacophony that pierced through my thoughts. I realized my wish to help the trapped souls had awakened something far older, darker, and more dangerous in this cursed place. "No!" The growl came from deep within the beast, a furious declaration resonating through the air. It lunged forward, breaking through the shadows, its claws aimed straight at me. I couldn't see where the light ended and the darkness began. There was only chaos, the rift expanding, shadows swirling, and the cries of those trapped threatening to pull me inside. The last figure I saw was the woman collapsing into the light. The bond between us felt unbreakable, and in that moment, I made a split-second decision. I had to act. I leaped into the rift without thinking, propelled by instinct and the terrible weight of their suffering. Finally, visibility vanished as a wave of heat hit me, and in a heartbeat, I was enveloped in a soul-splitting darkness. I felt bones shatter, the world around me ripping apart as I plummeted into the unknown. The sensation of falling surrounded me, merging with echoes of anguished whispers, the cold grip of despair stealing my breath. Then just as quickly, I landed on solid ground, but this ground felt different. Harder. The shadows were gone, replaced with a suffocating silence that filled the air. Panic flooded through me. Had I escaped? Or had I entered an even darker realm than before? I looked around, heart pounding, scanning for any sign of familiar surroundings. But there was nothing. Only a vast emptiness stretched out before me. No trees, no light, just a thick fog that swirled lazily, curling around my legs as I took a cautious step forward. Memories of the woman, the growls, and the desperate souls flickered in my mind. Were they safe now? I swallowed hard, hoping that they had found peace. But the weight of guilt lay heavy on my heart. And then I felt it, the presence hovering at the edges of the thick fog. I wasn't alone. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, to run, but I was rooted in place. A shadow began to coalesce before me, moving slowly, deliberately. I could barely breathe as the shape took form, growing solid in the gloom. Was it the creature from before? Would it hunt me down, finally ready to claim its prize after all? I took a shaky breath, forcing myself to stand tall and face whatever awaited me in this nightmare that had no end. But as the figure emerged completely, I felt a chilling thrill course through my veins. It was the woman again, her features more defined, her eyes radiating both sorrow and power. She had followed me here, I realized with a sinking sense of dread, my chest heavy, preventing me from escaping. "Help us," she said again, her voice now echoing in the hollow beyond the fog. It pulled me closer, edging me toward revelations better left untouched. I could sense the weight of countless souls behind her, all intertwined in their collective suffering. This time, I knew it was not just about the enchanted woods or this place, but about the choices I made and the sacrifices that would follow. Before I could respond, the surrounding fog thickened, surrounding me like a shroud, and I felt the pull of darkness. The beast was drawing closer, its growl vibrating through the air, promising to reclaim its lost treasure. And this time, there would be no escape. "Stand with me," the woman urged, urgency lacing her voice. I felt her presence burning bright, nourishing my flickering resolve. But as the shadows loomed nearer, would I truly have the strength to face the darkness? The final battle was approaching, and I couldn't turn back now. In that moment, courage surged, a newfound determination driving me forward into the abyss surrounding us. Together, we would find a way to fight. Together, we would confront the terror that had haunted me for so long, not just for my sake, but for all those tethered to this cursed place. And as the shadows closed in, I felt a spark ignite within, ready to reclaim the night. As the shadows wrapped around me, I felt the air grow thicker, heavier, like standing in a dense fog that whispered secrets I didn't want to hear. I stood shoulder to shoulder with the woman, her presence radiating strength even as I felt the cold tendrils of darkness snake around my legs, pulling me closer toward the very depths of despair. The growling intensified, a promise of violence lurking just beyond my vision. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice holding an urgency that struck a chord deep within my heart. I nodded, feeling tethered to her, a lifeline in this shifting landscape of dread. But as we stood together, I realized that shadows weren't merely a threat. They were alive, swirling with a dark consciousness. They crawled closer, moving with a deliberate rhythm, and mixed with the whispers filling the air like a fog of fear. Suddenly, a cruel laughter echoed through the thick mist, chilling me to the core. It wasn't just any laugh. It carried the weight of countless souls, tormented and twisted. The beast was toying with us, savoring the moment before striking. I felt the woman's fingers tighten around mine, her grip anchoring me as we prepared ourselves for whatever horror awaited. The laughter was cut short, replaced by a cacophony of anguished wails that filled my ears and reverberated through my bones. I turned to the woman, her eyes wide as she glanced over her shoulder. I followed her gaze, and the sight before me froze my heart. The shadows started to shift and pull together, forming grotesque shapes that writhed and twisted, as if the darkness was alive and hungry. Faces emerged among the murky outlines, some shrieking, others pleading for release. I staggered back, caught in a whirlwind of fear and disbelief. I realized then the souls that had been trapped in this torment were manifesting around us, enclosing us in their misery. One figure, an older man with hollow eyes, reached out, his fingers extended like a fragile vine stretching for light. "Help us," he croaked, his voice nothing more than a frail whisper riding the breath of the wind. A wave of sorrow overcame me, and I felt my heart break a little more for every anguished face I glimpsed. But the darkness was drawing nearer. My thoughts raced, drowning in the voices begging for help. They were woven together, a tapestry of despair that encircled us. Panic surged through me again as I realized we might become part of that tapestry if we didn't act fast enough. The woman stepped forward, her eyes sparking with determined fire as she locked gazes with me. "We need to harness this energy," she said, voice steady. "We can break the cycle, channel the grief and rage of these souls. Together, we can confront the beast." Her words ignited a flicker of hope within me. If we pooled all these emotions, all this pain, perhaps we could find a way to break free. Taking a deep breath, I released her hand, stepping into the swirling mass of shadows. I closed my eyes, letting the voices wash over me like a tide, soaking in their sorrow and anger. Memories of my own fears bubbled to the surface, merging with theirs. I could feel their pain mingling with mine, creating a storm of energy swirling around me. The beast's growl resonated through the mist, threatening to cut through my concentration, but I pushed against it, focused on the anger of the forgotten souls. The elders, children, and lost warriors melded together, an echoing chorus eager for resolution. I called out, "We're fighting for you." My voice mingled with the cacophony of cries around me, rising higher with each heartbeat. The shadows responded to our call, swirling like a tempest, creating a vortex of darkness clashing with the buoyant energy of hope. I felt power surge through my veins, raw and untamed, as the ground beneath me trembled. The mist thickened and pressed upon me, whispering secrets long buried. Suddenly, the creature revealed itself. It lunged out of the shadows, its massive form flickering in and out of focus. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent hunger, and jagged teeth dripped with something dark and viscous. The air grew heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay. My heart raced as it charged toward me, snarling, jaws wide, waiting to consume. I summoned the energy we had gathered, directing it towards the beast as the vortex intensified, forming a barrier of light around us. The beast paused, recoiling momentarily as the raw power of the trapped souls collided with its twisted existence. It howled in agony, a sound that sliced through the air and deep into my soul. I pressed forward, drawing on the voices around me, ready to confront the creature with everything I had. I could see the anger and pain in the eyes of the lost souls, spurring me on as they merged into the swirling energy. "You will not take us," I shouted, feeling my voice rise with convey. Tie-in as the light pulsed like a heartbeat, cutting against the darkness. But the creature was relentless. With one sweeping motion, it lashed out, crashing against our barrier, sending ripples of energy sprawling outwards. The force knocked me off my feet, but the persistent whispers returned, urging me to rise. I couldn't waver now. I had a chance to free them, to escape this never-ending nightmare. I regained my footing, ready to face the beast again. Let them go, I thought, channeling every ounce of fury and defiance into my voice, feeling the energy whirl around me like a storm, gathering on the precipice of something profound. I could sense the darkness around me spiraling faster, like a living entity, responding to my challenge, demanding my submission. It hesitated now, shifting back, as if startled by the sheer force of emotion emanating from me. I noticed the shadows flicker, shrinking when confronted with the growing light. I felt their energy gathering behind me, a wall of souls finding purpose and vengeance. Now, the woman screamed, her voice breaking through the chaos, empowering me to drive forward. Together, we stepped into the fray as one, channeling our combined strength into a final surge. I raised my arms towards the beast, feeling the light burning in my fingertips, illuminating the darkness like a beacon. A blinding flash erupted as I unleashed everything we had captured. The rage of the souls, my own determination bubbling forth. The energy fluttered into existence like 1,000 fireflies igniting the night. It soared toward the beast, slicing through the shadows, illuminating the landscape with the brilliance of 1,000 suns. The creature shrieked, a sound so raw it felt like the earth itself trembled beneath it, filled with both fury and fear. The light collided with the darkness, illuminating the forming shapes that surrounded us. The twisted shadows began to dissolve, faces fading into the brilliance. I kept pushing, pouring every ounce of emotion into the attack, feeling the solid ground beneath me shift. I couldn't fail, not when so much was on the line. But with that thought arose a flicker of doubt, gnawing at the edges of my mind. What if this wasn't enough? What if I couldn't save them? Would I too be lost in the shadows, joining the ranks of the forgotten? The beast responded with renewed ferocity, springing forward, ready to crush us both. Its form undulated, clawing at the cocoon of energy we had created together. I braced for impact, the air growing electric as an unseen force snaked around my heart. But then I remembered their faces, the anguished souls that had begged for release. "Fight with me!" I cried out into the void, and the winds roared in solidarity as if answering my desperate call, swirling into a tempest of triumph. The brilliance surged and split the darkness apart, the radiant energy pushing back against the beast's anger. In that moment, I felt it, a shift in the atmosphere, a chance to change the tide. The anger turned to resolve, and the whispers transformed into a powerful chant clamoring for liberation. As the beast lunged towards me, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. I would not bend or yield. I would stand my ground, armed with the combined strength of every soul that lingered in this darkness for too long. The shadows strained against my resolve, but fear turned to strength as the earth roared beneath the roar of the struggling beast. A final cry erupted from my throat, merging with the legion of souls. "You shall not take us!" My voice echoed through the storm of chaos, resolved and unwavering. The fighting energy clashed with the darkness, unraveling the beast's form until it was almost translucent. I felt a rush of heat and power surge through the air, colliding against the thick mist, tearing at the very core of evil itself. A blinding light enveloped the clearing, pulsating with an intense glow that forced me to close my eyes. The shadows screamed one final time as the energy enveloped them, illuminating the very essence of their fright. Slowly, the light gave way to silence, and I opened my eyes cautiously, uncertain of what had become of the shadows. The ground beneath me felt warm and solid again, the sensation strange and foreign, yet grounding. The woman stood at my side, breathless, her expression a mix of disbelief and relief. The trapped souls seemed lighter now, their forms dissipating into the air like wisps of smoke, fading into the brilliance we had summoned. I felt tears prick my eyes as I realized they were finally being freed from their torment. Yet, there was a heaviness still lingering in the air, a tension that seemed to sizzle, hinting that the darkness was not entirely vanquished. I turned back, scanning for any remnants of the beast, feeling its presence still simmering just out of reach. The ground began to ripple again, and I recoiled, sensing the shadows coiling back, wanting to reclaim their territory. The woman gripped my arm tighter, fear flashing across her face. We need to go now, she urged, her eyes darting toward the thickening fog that clung to the edges of the clearing. I nodded, heart pounding as I took a step back, the terror of the unknown igniting my instincts. Whatever life had once existed here felt twisted, like echoes of laughter lost to time. I didn't want to stay for another confrontation. I needed to escape whatever malevolence lingered still. Together, we turned and ran, weaving through the remnants of the shadowy landscape. I felt the pulse of darkness chasing behind, closing in with insatiable hunger. The air compressed around us, every breath an uphill battle as each step echoed the chaos that had haunted me. Where do we go? I gasped, glancing around for an escape. But the fog wrapped around us like an ominous fog, obscuring any further path. My instincts screamed that the shadows had risen, ready to reclaim what was lost, and I shivered at the thought. We have to find the way back to the light, she yelled, voice laced with urgency as we darted towards a flicker of luminescence shimmering through the fog. I believed it was a way out, maybe a portal leading back to the world we knew. But with each step forward, the shadows loomed larger and more sinuous. As we ran, a bone-chilling howl erupted behind us, a sound that sent terror coursing through my veins. The beast was no longer merely a distant specter. It had returned, enraged and relentless. The ground shook beneath us, and I could feel the thrum of its presence growing closer, each breath carrying its wrath. Faster, the woman shouted, her determination igniting a spark within me as we raced toward the light, pushing ourselves harder despite the adrenaline surging through our bodies. I could feel the shadows clawing at my heels, reaching out with wispy tendrils, trying to pull me back into the darkness. We won't make it, I cried, panic bubbling to the surface, but she met my gaze with unwavering resolve. We can't give up, not now. Her urgency fueled my desperate pace, and we surged forward, merging our hearts into one single thought: survival. The light flickered closer, illuminating a pathway that broke through the dense fog. With every step, I felt the cold hands of fear receding, replaced by the warm illumination spilling out ahead. I could see silhouettes darting to either side, hinting at a dark dance swirling within the mist, and I clung to the hope that awaited us just beyond the threshold of shadow. When we reached the glow, I could almost feel the light wrapping around me, lifting my spirits in spite of the dark. Nest behind, I glanced back just in time to see the beast surge toward us, teeth bared, eyeing us like a predator ready to pounce. No, the woman yelled, stepping between the light and the encroaching darkness. I felt that surge of determination swell again, igniting our shared fight. Just as the creature lunged, I summoned all my willpower and reached deeper into the stirring echoes around me. Leave us, I screamed, feeling the bond of every lost soul flicker back. I reached deeper into the stirring echoes around me, feeling the collective energy surge as if it were a living thing. Leave us, I screamed, drowning out the growls and the whispers that threatened to claw back. The brilliance of the light seemed to pulse in response to my call, intensifying with each heartbeat, as though it understood the desperation behind my words. The beast hesitated for a moment, confusion flickering in its feral eyes, but then it surged forward, its massive form splitting through the air like a hurricane tearing through trees. There was a raw fury in its growl, a sound that shattered the eerie silence around us and sent shivers racing down my spine. I felt the ground tremble as shadows whipped around, creating a tempest of darkness, threatening to snuff out the light we clung to so desperately. The woman stepped in front of me, her silhouette framed by the glimmering light, making her appear almost like a guardian spirit. I felt a swell of gratitude and fear crashing over me. What if this was her last stand? Panic settled in my chest, but I forced myself to push it down, remembering the bond we shared in this haunted place. Together, she shouted, her voice steady as she raised her hands towards the beast, her palms glowing with the same brightness that enveloped us. I mirrored her movements, drawing power from the light and the restless souls around us. Their cries of desperation surged in my ears, mingling with the sound of my rapid heartbeat. The moment we united our strength, the air sparked with energy, pulsating like a warning beacon. The beast halted mid-lunge, surprise flickering across its twisted features. The voices of the forgotten rose behind us, blending into a harmonious chant that filled the air, weaving their plight into our battlefield. I could feel their energy swirling around me, raising my courage, igniting a fire in my heart. "Now!" I shouted, and with one swift motion, I directed the light toward the beast, pouring every ounce of fear, hope, and anger into that attack. The light ripped through the shadows, casting a brilliant beam that erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the dark for a heartbeat, making the creature flinch and hiss. But the darkness was not done yet. With a snarl, it regained its momentum, pushing back, shaking the ground beneath my feet. The edges of its form shifted, and I realized the shadows were seeping back into the cracks in reality, the creature gaining strength from the very misery we had tried to banish. It seemed to feed off our collective fear like a predator savoring its meal. "Don't let it in," the woman cried, her voice cutting through the chaos as she struggled to maintain her hold on the light. I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a flickering candle in the wind, and it only fueled my determination. I drew closer, focusing on the sensations coursing through me, envisioning the lost souls behind me rising in rebellion against their tormentor. "Fight back!" I yelled, feeling each word blast through the air like a rallying cry. "You have to fight!" And in that moment of desperate faith, I could feel the air around us shift, energies intertwining and swirling, ready to push against the beast together. The beast roared, its voice echoing through the shifting shadows as it lunged at us once more, jaws snapping, an embodiment of all the pain and terror it had wrought. I stood firm, arms outstretched as brilliant light erupted from me. The flame illuminated the clearing like lightning tearing through a stormy sky, flashes of colors lighting up the darkness, showing me glimpses of those lost souls once more. I could see their faces now, etched with despair and hopelessness, gathering courage just beyond the veil of shadows. "Remember," I cried, voice rising above the cacophony, "we're fighting for you. We're here to set you free." It was an act of sheer will as the light continued to pulse, creating fissures in the darkness. But the shadows fought back with increasing ferocity. Chaotic winds swirled around us, screaming with remorseful cries that echoed in my mind. I felt them tugging at my limbs, dragging me toward the bleak abyss that waited with open arms. Each breath became labored, and shadows crept closer, wrapping around me like icy fingers, trying to snuff out the hope boiling inside. "Keep pushing," the woman shouted, her voice imbued with strength as she fought against the encroaching darkness. I could see her struggling, the light around her flickering like a candle in a storm, and I knew if I faltered, we would both be lost to the despair. Drawing deep from that well of energy, I pushed harder. I envisioned the sculpted light spreading through the shadowy entities surrounding us, forcing them back, creating a path for the lost souls to escape. Slowly, the grip of the darkness around me faltered, the tendrils slipping as I felt the warmth of the light consuming the shadows. The beast roared once more, a sound mingled with pure hatred and sadness. I caught a glimpse of its twisted form morphing, features warping in a way that sent a chill down my spine. Was it becoming something even more terrible? Something that feasted on despair itself? The closer the creature drew, the harder I focused on the light above all else, pouring my heart into this confrontation, believing fiercely that we could win. "We will not be your victims," I shouted as the energy surged through me, feeling the vibrations of the spirits rallying around us. A burst of determination filled my lungs, and I stepped forward, the light coalescing in front of me like a shield. The beast hesitated again, this time clearly shaken, struggling against the power I channeled. It reared back, eyes wide with a mix of malice and uncertainty. But I could sense its wrath grow with every inch the darkness crept on. "Stay strong," the woman shouted, her resolve pouring through me. We focused on what remained of the light, letting it swell and pulse before us. The air crackled with electricity, a vibrant energy charged with emotion, as if the universe itself leaned in to witness our struggle. But then it struck. The creature lunged through the light with a primal roar, jaws wide. In that split second, I realized with horror that it wasn't just attacking me. It was trying to claim the very essence of our hope. I threw myself on instinct, my body moving before my mind could catch up. The light flared brightly around me as I collided with the beast, a blinding burst erupting from the impact, as if two worlds had collided in a battle of will. My heart raced as I felt the raw force of the creature bearing down on me, darkness closing in on every side. The light exploded outward, and with it came echoes of the lost souls, their energies surging into the fray, urging me to fight, to push back. "This is for you," I thought desperately, feeling their warming presence flickering around me like a gentle tide. In the chaos, I glimpsed through the blinding light a shimmering portal forming just beyond the beast. A chance to escape. With every ounce of will, I focused on that opening, a sliver of hope through the unfolding nightmare. "Together!" I yelled, beckoning the woman to channel her strength alongside mine. There was no time for fear, only the blast of purpose fueling our hearts. We locked our gazes, and in that moment, a rush of energy surrounded us, pushing our combined strength towards the swirling shadows. The light became an incandescent force, a beacon in the dark. The roar of the beast intensified as it fought against the light, desperately clawing at the boundary we had created. But our resolve was immovable, and I refused to let despair claim me. The shadows writhed furiously, desperate to reclaim the souls they had lost. I could hear their whispers rising again, but now they felt different, less like pleas and more like encouragement. Each voice sent a surge of determination through me, a tether that pulled me back to the center point in the storm. "Break free," I called out, a mantra of my defiance. I could feel the warmth pulsing through me as I drove forward, facing the monster that threatened to consume everything. The boundary of the light shimmered, vibrating with raw energy as if the very fabric of reality was being tested. "Let the light guide you," I hollered, feeling the surge of energy guiding us toward the portal that remained just out of reach. The shadows screamed again, echoing with their misery, but amidst their cries, I sensed a spark of hope that ignited deep within. With one final lunge, I pushed with everything I had into that glowing barrier, the echoes of the lost souls harmonizing with the white-hot rage inside of me. They wanted freedom so fiercely, and I vowed to honor that hope beneath the shroud of darkness. In that instant, the beast lunged one last time, the very essence of despair reaching toward my heart. But I threw my arms wide, letting the light consume me completely. I felt the world pull away, a violent flurry of energy surrounding me as time and shadows fell away. Then there was silence. The weight of the darkness lifted, and I opened my eyes, blinking against the dazzle of brilliant light. I found myself standing on a path shining brilliantly beneath the sun. The shadows were nowhere to be found, and the voices had quieted, replaced by a soft breeze rustling through trees. Had we escaped? My heart pounded in my chest as I looked around, searching for the woman. But instead, I found myself alone, surrounded by towering trees that felt alive with color, the air fragrant with blooming flowers. It was eerily peaceful compared to the chaos we'd just survived. But something tugged at my mind, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts, as though I were forgetting something vital. Had the darkness really been vanquished? I took a deep breath, scanning the surroundings more closely. All seemed serene, but beneath that facade, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were still out there, waiting, hungry for a chance to reclaim what they had lost. The sunlight flickered through the trees, casting dancing shapes on the ground, and a chill ran down my spine. A shadow flitted at the edge of my vision, too quick to register if it were real. I turned, but there was nothing there. just the whisper of the wind through the leaves. And then I heard it again, a soft whisper woven among the rustling, like a chorus echoing through the forest. "Help us!" The voices returned, distant yet haunting, reminding me that while I may have escaped, the battle was far from over. I clenched my fists, feeling the warmth of the light still pulsing in my veins. The struggle had only just begun, and I could sense that darkness slinking back into the shadows, biding its time. I took a step forward, determined I wouldn't back down. I would confront what was waiting to reclaim me. Yet with that resolute thought came trepidation. Would I be strong enough to face whatever lay ahead? The shadows had not gone silently into that good night. They lingered like an echo of dread threatening to rise again. With a deep breath, I steeled my nerves. Whatever happened next, I was ready to face it. The fight for the lost souls had revealed my strength, and this time, I wouldn't just run. I would hunt the darkness down and cast it into the light. I started walking, pushing through the weight of the trees, listening for any sign of what might come next. The path twisted ahead, and I could sense the weight of eyes watching me from the darkness. I wasn't just in the woods now. I was in the realm between light and dark, and I had a feeling that this was just the beginning. As I walked deeper into the woods, I felt the air shift around me, turning thick and heavy, a palpable tension hanging like fog. Every sound seemed amplified, the rustle of leaves, the soft crunch of twigs beneath my feet, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I moved carefully, peering into the shadows cast by the towering trees. The sunlight filtered through the branches, creating a patchwork of light and dark dancing on the forest floor. But in that interplay of light, I noticed something unsettling. The shadows clung too tightly to the trunks, almost as if they were alive, distorting and shifting just out of my line of sight. A sudden chill ran down my spine, and I halted. It felt as if the forest was watching, eyes staring from behind darkened corners, waiting for a moment of weakness to pounce. I strained to listen, but apart from the crackling leaves and the distant calls of birds, all was eerily silent. Then, I heard it, a low, guttural growl reverberating through the air. My heart skipped, and I froze, every instinct screaming for me to run. I turned slowly, scanning the underbrush, but finding nothing. A whisper of movement caught my attention, a dark shape slipping between the trees, disappearing as soon as I tried to focus on it. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the dread creeping into my thoughts. But as I took another step, the whispering voices floated back to me, like a mournful lullaby threading through the trees. "Help us, free us." They mixed with the wind, wrapping around me like an old blanket, warm but deeply unsettling. The sorrow in their tone plucked at something inside, an echo of helplessness that threatened to drown me. The sensation twisted in my gut, and I pushed forward, driven by that need to confront whatever nightmare lingered behind me. Suddenly, a branch snapped somewhere close, turning my blood cold. I whirled around, my eyes wide, scanning for any sign of movement. The forest felt denser now, shadows pooling around my feet like liquid darkness. I felt trapped, anchored by an unseen force that held me in place, and the panic clenched tighter in my chest. "Come on," I whispered as I took a cautious step back, but the ground seemed to shift underfoot, almost pulling me into its embrace. The shadows grew and stretched, curling around like tendrils, reaching for me. Each whisper grew louder, turning into an unintelligible murmur, surrounding me, tightening like a noose. And then, from the depths of the shadows, a figure emerged. It flickered into view and out again, like a faulty light bulb struggling against the dark. My breath hitched in my throat as I recognized its shape. A woman draped in tattered rags, her face obscured by tangled hair. "Help me," she rasped, her voice steeped in anguish. I could see her eyes now, wide and glistening with tears that held a sickly glow, shimmering with the lost souls I had tried to save. A deep sense of foreboding washed over me, mixing with that flicker of hope, a reminder that her suffering was entwined with my own fight. Are you one of the souls? I stammered, my voice barely escaping as I took a shaky step closer. Yes, she breathed, her voice echoing through the trees, each word laced with sorrow. Behind her, shadows writhed and twisted, coiling around her feet like snakes hungry for flesh. Help us, please. The shadows snapped toward me, and I instinctively stepped back, heart racing. The urge to flee pulsed through me, but something in her gaze compelled me to stay. What do you need? I asked hesitantly, struggling against the rising fear gripping my chest. The darkness comes, it feeds on our despair, she said, voice quaking. With each word, the shadows wailed and shrieked, the sounds melding into a chorus of anguish that echoed in the haunting silence of the forest. You've already faced it and survived. You must fight again. We are still trapped, lost between worlds. I felt all the weight of her despair settle on my shoulders, a heavy mantle I couldn't ignore. My heart raced as I remembered my previous encounter with the beast, the way the light had wrapped around me, carrying the souls away. Could I muster that strength again? With determination washing over me, I nodded. I'll help you. I'll find a way to banish the darkness for good. The woman's eyes widened, hope breaking through the veil of anguish. But you must hurry, she urged. It senses your light. It will come for you. Just as her words registered, I heard it, a low rumble that rolled through the ground, vibrating in my bones. An inky mass began to seep from the shadows, creeping like a fog that twisted and contorted around the trees, hungry for my light. I felt my skin prickle, fear clawing at me from the inside out. Run, she shrieked, and I turned on instinct, sprinting back down the forest path. I didn't look back. I could sense the darkness charging after me, a relentless predator drawn to my very essence. As I fled, I could feel the chill wrapping around my lungs, making it harder to breathe. Each breath became a struggle, the roaring growl of the beast echoing through the trees, feet pounding against the earth behind me. Branches snagged at my clothes, clawing at my skin as the shadows stretched toward me like grasping fingers, desperate to pull me down into their depths. I could hear the woman's voice trailing behind as she wailed, urging me to keep moving, the anguish blending with the cries of countless souls still trapped in this darkness. The path twisted before me, and I barely managed to keep my footing, panic blinding me to what lay ahead. I pushed past the trees, feeling their rough bark scrape against my arms, mindful of that cold breath behind me, closing in fast. Suddenly, I stumbled into a clearing, sunlight spilling through the treetops like a lifeline. I gasped, heart thumping like a drum as I swung around, scanning for the beast. It should have been here by now. The shadows were alive, reaching out, clawing into the edges of the clearing. And then it appeared. A massive figure emerged, composed entirely of writhing darkness, eyes glowing like twin embers of hatred. It loomed above me, a nightmarish specter, the embodiment of every fear I had ever faced. I felt small and powerless before it, every instinct urging me to flee and yet to stand my ground. Your light can't save you, it hissed, and the voice came from somewhere deep within the void, echoing with centuries of despair and rage. You think you can fight me? I swallowed hard, summoning all the strength I had left. I won't let you take anyone else, I shouted, finding my voice despite the overwhelming dread. The beast laughed, a sound that twisted through the clearing like a knife, slicing through my resolve. Shadows slithered closer, swirling around its feet, thickening and darkening the space. The air turned bitterly cold, and I felt my heart race with mounting terror. You've tasted despair, child, it snarled, stepping forward, its form leaking darkness into the world around it. You carry it with you. It will consume you, just like all the others. I felt those truths prick my mind, the whispers from the shadows rising again. Despair will always consume. Not today, I yelled, forcing myself to push through, feeling the flicker of that light building within me. I remembered the warmth of the woman's hope, the illumination that had surged through me before. Drawing from the depths of my spirit, I conjured the light, channeling it into a fiery stream that shot from my palms. The light burst forth, illuminating the clearing with an intensity that made me squint. The shadows shrieked, recoiling from the brilliance that surged toward them. I could see the beast flinch, the ember eyes narrowing as the light collided with the expanding darkness. But as the collision happened, I felt a violent tremor in the ground beneath me, shaking everything around. Visions flashed through my mind, flickering shadows of the lost souls I had encountered, swirling around the space like ghosts desperate for release. Their anguish fueled my determination. I had to save them. Fight it! I screamed back at the beast, heart racing as I held my ground. You are nothing against the light of those who refuse to be lost. The beast roared, anger boiling in its core. In that moment, the air around us crackled with energy, a dueling force of darkness and light. The ground trembled more violently, the very fabric of the forest threatening to split apart. Just as I thought I could push through, tendrils of shadow shot forward, wrapping around my legs, binding me in place, holding me back. I fought against the grip, desperation rising like bile in my throat. Let them go! I cried out, and in that moment, the very light I called upon began to flicker, struggling against the encroaching dark, balanced on the edge of chaos. I summoned every shred of courage, focusing on the warmth deep inside me, that flickering flame of hope entwined with all the souls that still suffered. I poured everything I had into the light, feeling it grow stronger, brighter, feeding off my spirit as I pressed it into the shadows. With each push, I saw the shadows writhe, feeling their grip weaken. You cannot hold us forever. The beast reeled back, rage boiling within it. You think this is a battle of light? No, I retorted, my voice steady now, fueled by an unyielding belief. This is a battle for the souls you've imprisoned. With one final surge, I unleashed the light, letting it radiate out across the clearing, a brilliant beacon piercing through the dark. It illuminated every corner of the forest, every shadow that lingered, driving away those tendrils of despair clawing at my mind. But as the light surged, I felt the beast's anger coalescing, forming a tidal wave of darkness, trying to swallow everything whole. The silence was ripped apart by a thunderous roar. The clash ignited a storm around us, the air growing cold as the shadows raged against the light rising from my core. The force of our confrontation sent shockwaves through time, and I could feel the forest groaning in response, torn between the will of the living and the dead. Then I saw her, the woman from earlier, materializing from the edge of the light, her tattered figure emerging like a ray of hope. Together, she shouted, her voice echoing with the strength of countless lost souls. I nodded, feeling my determination surge at the sight of her again. I reached for her, and she took my hand, the warmth pouring from her filling the cracks in my spirit. With our combined strength, we pushed forth into the radiant light, aiming it directly at the beast. The brilliance expanded, an explosion of energy that sent the darkness reeling. Shadows screamed, their wails filling the air as the light tore through them, unraveling the web of despair they had spun. I felt the ground quake beneath my feet, and the beast shrieked in fury as the tendrils began to recoil, unraveling into smoke, scattered by the force of our shared will. Don't back down, the woman urged, squeezing my hand firmly. I closed my eyes, focusing everything, the memories of the souls, the distant cries for help, the determination that burned so fiercely in my heart. And then I opened my mouth, and from the depths of my being, the words spilled forth. You will not take us. With that declaration, our light surged forward, bright and unyielding, as we thrust it into the darkness, shattering the space between us. The shadows shrieked one last time, a bone-chilling scream that echoed through the trees as the very essence of the beast began to dissolve. The clearing erupted in cascading light, illuminating every hidden corner of the forest, driving back the shadows totally. It felt like time stopped, Only a blinding light existed, consuming everything around me. And then, just as suddenly, everything went silent. The light faded, and when I opened my eyes again, the forest stood transformed. No longer dark and twisted. It glowed with vibrant colors, sunlight streaming through the trees, painting shadows of warmth. The woman stood beside me, a radiant smile breaking through the weariness etched across her features. "We did it," she said softly, voice filled with awe. But as I glanced around, the sense of unease lingered still, like a ghost hovering just out of reach. I could sense the energy fluttering through the trees, the shadows retreating, but never fully leaving. "We freed them," I murmured, still caught in the beautiful aftermath of our victory. Yet a nagging thought tugged that something wasn't right. The forest, while beautiful and full of life, still felt thick with remnants of what had just occurred. A shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, and I turned quickly, eyes darting, but nothing was there. "Are you okay?" the woman asked, concern etching her features. I nodded, but unease gnawed at me. Then I felt a slight tremor beneath my feet, almost like the ground was breathing. "We should go," I whispered, instinct driving me forward. Just as I started to move, the air around us shifted again, turning colder in an instant. It wrapped around my skin like icy fingers, leaving goosebumps in its wake. The vibrant colors of the forest seemed to fade back into shadows, and the cheerful chirp of birds dimmed. Suddenly, from behind a nearby tree, a figure stepped into view. It was like seeing an old friend turn hostile, a familiar visage twisted by darkness. Tall and slender, its skin was the same as the forest floor, covered in dark, creeping vines that pulsed and writhed like living things. Its eyes were hollow, deep voids that swallowed all light, and a grin spread across its face, though it didn't hold any warmth. "Did you think you could escape me?" it hissed, voice like the rustle of dead leaves. The woman gasped, and I felt my heart drop. The shadows had not been vanquished after all. They had merely been waiting for their chance to strike. I took a step back, instinctively shielding myself, while my mind raced for anything that could help. "Stay back!" I shouted, but my voice quivered. As if in response, the figure lunged forward, the vines extending from its arms and reaching toward us. The air thickened, and I felt the creeping dread in my chest growing heavier, threatening to crush me. "Together again, are we?" It sneered, laughter bubbling darkly before fading into a chilling silence. "You think you can break me?" I thrive in despair. I was paralyzed, watching the creature approach, its limbs stretching far beyond the reach of any human. The iron grip of fear clamped around my throat. I felt the desperate need to flee, but my legs wouldn't move. The woman gripped my arm, pulling me back, face pale as she fought panic. "We have to go now." When I finally found my breath, I tore my gaze away and sprinted deeper into the fresh shadows of the forest, the woman at my side. Every step felt heavy, as if the ground was conspiring to hold me back, to drag me down into the darkness where despair reigned. Branches clawed at me, tugging at my clothes, but I didn't dare look back, relying on instinct to navigate this maze of trees. The shadows behind us swirled, haunting sounds echoing through the woods like lost souls drifting on the wind. It felt like they were closing in, seeking revenge for what we had stolen from them. The clearing we had retreated into suddenly felt like a trap. The sunlight no longer reached down here. It twisted, sparking as if the trees themselves conspired to keep us here, sheltered from escape. As we raced through the underbrush, I stumbled upon a sudden drop, a small ravine. "In here!" I called, throwing myself to the side, praying it was a sanctuary from the darkness behind us. I hit the ground hard and tumbled into a small cave hidden behind thick brambles, the woman following closely but barely managing to avoid taking a tumble of her own. The cave walls were damp and cool, absorbing the remnants of light from outside. I panted heavily, adrenaline coursing through me as I huddled against the stone, waiting for the pounding in my ears to settle. But just as I thought we were safe, I heard it, the rustling of leaves, the unmistakable sound of the creature drawing near. My heart sank, dread crawling up my spine as the noises amplified, echoing ominously in the darkness. "That thing is following us," I whispered, my voice breaking. The woman nodded, and I could see the lines of fear carved across her brow. "We need to keep moving deeper in," she urged, but her voice trembled, and I could tell she was trying to mask her own terror. I inched further into the cave, every heartbeat loud in the silence. The darkness poured in around us, creating shadows that danced just beyond reach. I could feel the anticipation closing around me, thick and heavy, like a fog eager for dawn. Suddenly, the cave trembled, and I felt a sharp chill rush over me as the vines erupted from the earth. They shot up, coiling toward us like a serpentine army. I gasped, the sight washing over me in waves of horror. "No!" I cried, scrambling back, pushing against the walls, desperate to escape their grasp. "Run!" she screamed as the vines snaked closer, their thorns glinting in the fleeting light. I turned to dart deeper into the cavern, heart racing and breath stuttered. The dense darkness swirled around me, pressing against my body with an oppressive force, a thick mist of dread suffocating all hope. I felt something brush against my ankle, sharp and cold, and panic surged. I stumbled forward, falling into a narrow tunnel that wound deeper into the earth like a wormhole. My hands scraped against the rough stone as I pulled myself up, willing my feet to move faster, frantically searching for any glimmer of safety. As I found my footing again, I heard her cries echoing behind me. "Please, don't leave me!" My heart twisted as I turned back instinctively, but all I could see was an inky darkness swallowing the path we had just fled. Time felt suspended, and I desperately measured the seconds, the screams of the souls still echoing in my mind. "I won't leave you!" I shouted, pushing forward again, weaving through the tight space. The shadows clawed and grasped, attempting to drag me back, but I refused to let the fear take hold again. I pressed further, the tunnel twisting like a serpent, vibrating with unnatural energy. The whispers swelled into a disembodied chorus, drowning out my thoughts and making it hard to breathe. "Come back," they hissed, enticing yet dark, threading through the stagnant air. I stumbled into a larger chamber, surrounded by walls glimmering eerily like obsidian. I could see intricate carvings etched into the stone, depicting scenes that filled my heart with dread. Each one illustrated the haunting struggles and despair of those who had come before me, prisoners to this dark fate. And there, amid the darkness, I saw a sight that made my blood run colder. In the center of the chamber lay a pool of murky water, surrounded by shadows that twisted and curled as if alive. The surface shimmered, reflecting images of loss and sorrow, swirling together in a cacophony of pain. I approached it cautiously, drawn to the pictures flickering within. I felt the urge to look closer, to understand what it all meant. But the moment I reached out, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, a cacophony of voices erupting in a tempest of rage. "Help us!" they called, a surge of anguish that pierced through me. Heart racing, I pulled my hand back. This was no mere reflection. It was a portal to the souls left behind, trapped in their endless torment. And now, a darkness was pooling in behind me, the menacing figure edging closer, vines unfurling in anticipation, moving with unnatural grace. "You're too late," it snarled, its voice a low growl that echoed in my bones. "This is the end for you." As it surged forward, the room vibrated with energy, shadows swirling violently. I felt the pull of despair stinging in my heart, the realization that I might not escape this one. There was always a price for seeking the light within the darkness. But as the shadows closed in, I remembered the woman, a flicker of determination ignited in my chest. I couldn't let these souls down. I couldn't let despair win. Feeling the weight of my resolve, I stepped forward. Drawing upon the power within me, I shouted into the void. "Leave them! You've taken enough!" In that instant, I felt the light surging back, radiating from the depths of my being. It thrummed with life, illuminating the dark chamber, pushing back against the inky presence that sought to envelop us. The shadows shrieked, and the walls trembled as the light shattered their grasp momentarily. I lunged for the pool again, focusing all I had left on this last stand. All of you, I won't let you remain here. The light expanded, flaring brilliantly, mixing in the shadows like a flickering candle against a storm. It illuminated the room, casting chaotic patterns on the walls, washing over the figures trapped in the torment, urging them to free themselves. "Fight back!" I shouted, echoing the strength I wished to instill in the lost souls, hoping they could sense the light that pulsed around us. But even as the beams of hope flared brightly, I felt the creature roaring with unadulterated fury, the darkness recoiling back for a moment, gathering force for one last strike. I closed my eyes, plunging deeper into the light, invoking everything I had learned from my journey, every ounce of defiance bubbling within me. This would end now. And then, with one final surge, I burst forth, sending a powerful wave of luminescence crashing into the heart of the dark chaos. The explosion sent forth waves of energy that shattered the reflections in the pool, scattering visions of despair across the chamber. "Leave us alone!" I cried, feeling the power of anger and defiance mix with hope in an intoxicating rush. Everything erupted in a blinding flash. The darkness screamed, the light enveloped me completely, and for a moment, time ceased to exist. I stood in the center of it all, heart raging with both fear and determination, and I knew, regardless of the outcome, the fight would echo on. The blinding light surged through the cavern, illuminating every dark corner, but it also drew out the shadows, revealing twisted faces of those who had suffered before me. They loomed just beyond the edges of my vision, their mouths opened wide in silent screams that reverberated against the stone walls. Even as I willed the light to drive them away, I felt their pain seep into my very soul, a cold and bitter reminder of their despair. "Fight it!" I yelled, the echoes of my voice mingling with the cries of the trapped spirits. Each pulse of my light flickered in response, hesitant, as if it feared the darkness that surrounded us. I strained to concentrate, focusing on the warmth inside me, the flicker of hope that had sparked when I first encountered the woman who had stood beside me. "Hold on, we're not done yet." As I pushed forward, the cavern pulsed with a life of its own, the energy shifting like a living entity. Shadows coiled around my ankles, creeping upwards, whispering secrets that chilled me to the bone. I could hear their voices, soft and taunting, reminding me of my deepest fears and failures. "You can't escape. You belong to us," they hissed, each word curling around my mind like a vine, tightening their hold. But I refused to relent, channeling every ounce of determination into my hands, letting the light blaze brighter, illuminating the faces of the lost souls who were still trapped in this realm. They began to shift, their forms flickering as if they were struggling against invisible chains. "You're not alone!" I shouted, instinctively reaching out. Suddenly, the energy in the chamber surged, like a wave crashing against the shore. The shadows around me thrashed wildly, their furnace of anger feeding off the chaos. I felt pushed back, the air thickening as fear choked me. A deep rumble echoed as the beast returned, the same twisted figure materializing once more, stronger than before. "This ends now," it bellowed, the voice a cacophony of rage and despair, calling forth the shadows like loyal soldiers. The walls trembled again as the air crackled, surrounding me with a darkness so thick it felt tangible, wrapping around me and binding my will. I could see the bonds tightening, holding back the pool of light I fought to maintain. My mind raced frantically as the visions in the water twisted, showing horrific scenes from the past. Lost souls reaching out, desperate to break free, yet still chained to their pain. "No, you don't control me," I shouted, glaring defiantly at the darkness threatening to consume me. With a sudden rush of adrenaline, I plunged deeper into that flickering light, letting the warmth radiate from me with all my might. The shadows shrieked, retreating slightly, but I could sense that my strength was waning. I had to hold on, or I would become just another whisper lost in this torment. The air grew heavier, suffocating as I struggled against the bindings that threatened to pull me down. Each breath became labored, and I felt myself slipping, my footing faltering in the thickening darkness. The figure loomed closer, extending its twisted limbs, the garden of shadows eagerly creeping toward me, searching for weakness. Just then, among the chaos of shadows and the clamoring voices, a soft glow emerged from the darkest corner of the chamber. The warmth radiated gently, illuminating the other side of the cave. It was faint at first, but slowly it grew, a spark of hope kindled by the determination of the souls that I had fought to protect. Together, I murmured, realizing that if I could just break through the despair, I could connect with their light. I had to share my strength, to build the bond that would free us all. I turned toward the pool again, determination igniting the light within me. The figure writhed at my words, sensing the shift in energy. "Fools! You cannot break free." Its voice became a guttural growl, shaking the very foundation of the chamber. Yet, I could see the shadows waver, could feel them hesitating in the presence of the strengthening light. "Fight back!" I urged the souls in the pool. "You have the power. You can be free." As if responding to my call, the light surged even brighter, spilling over the rocky edges of the pool, spilling like liquid gold. The images of the trapped forgotten began to change, their faces shifting from anguish to defiance, eyes lighting up with the determination to escape the agony of the past. The cavern shook violently, and my heart raced as the echoes of their willing spirits merged with my own. Together, we shouted, the chorus of voices drifting into a harmonic blend of strength and unity. I held my breath as the energy pulsed around me, drawing the fears from within, channeling them back toward the shadows. The figure roared, its form distorting as the light threatened to overwhelm it. "You cannot hope to defeat despair," it shrieked, thrashing aimlessly as shadows clawed at the walls. But I felt it now. The unity binding us together was beginning to strangle the hold the creature had over this place. With every ounce of power, I released another wave of light, the energy spiraling outward, engulfing the entire chamber. The shadows hissed, recoiling and shrieking as roots of despair entwined with the growing brightness. I could see the souls emerging from the chaos, freed from their binds, rising toward the warmth. "Go! Go into the light!" I cried, watching as spirits spun upward, drawn toward the hope I had ignited. One by one, they broke free from the dark thread that had ensnared them. The cavern erupted with a pulse of energy, the color shifting wildly as the walls echoed the cries of freed souls. My heart swelled at the sight, a million grateful faces swirling around the radiant light that had come to life in the chamber. But the shadowed figure fled back, now a chaotic blur. "You will pay for this," it howled, its voice a chilling reminder of all the suffering it had caused. "You cannot escape my wrath, and I will return." The chamber began to fracture, the ground trembling violently beneath me as the shadows swirled with an angry force. The light pulsed even brighter, forcing me to squint as I held on tight, drawing from every bit of strength I had left. In a frantic scramble, I reached out to those who were once lost, clinging to the remnants of their light. We were no longer afraid. Fear turned into defiance, charging through me with a fierce energy. "We won't let you take us back." The final blast of light shot forth, dispersing the darkness like a brilliant star. I felt the rush of the moment course through me, a sense of liberation that wrapped around my very being. As the shadows screamed in despair, a brilliant beam surged through the cavern, spiraling upwards and tearing the darkness apart. The walls fractured, emitting splinters of light, and then everything burst forth in a brilliant explosion, swallowing the last remnants of shadow. In the blink of an eye, the cavern vanished, the world around me shifting into a brilliant, vast expanse of light and warmth. Floating in the center of it all, I felt weightless, surrounded by the souls I had saved, radiant beams of hope stretching out into the infinite horizon. But as I looked closer, I could still sense a lingering darkness at the edge of my sight, a reminder that this fight may never truly be over. Even in light, the shadows lingered, whispering faintly, promising their return. The realization settled heavily in my chest, and I pondered what lay ahead. Would my journey continue? Would I ever truly be free from what we had faced? I took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of those free souls beside me, and resolved to stand strong, for I knew that even in the darkest times, there is always a flicker of hope waiting to be ignited. This wasn't the end. It was merely the beginning of something much darker. I felt the weight of what I had just faced lingering in the back of my mind, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. As the light around me dimmed, I could sense a chilling breath of air slithering through the space. There was an insistent whispering in the corners of my consciousness, reminding me that the shadows were not truly vanquished. I didn't know where I was now, but the vast expanse of light began to fray around the edges. The brightness that had once felt so comforting started to wane, revealing wisps of darkness creeping in. The soft glow transformed into something unsettling. Shapes began to swirl like smoke, forming indistinct figures at the edges of my vision. I strained to look closer, heart thumping as that same chilling fear settled back into my bones. The comforting warmth I had felt moments ago was quickly replaced by a biting cold that wrapped around me, seeping into my skin. "Where are you?" I called, voice trembling, hoping for an answer, a reassurance. But the only reply was the rustling of shadows. Then I heard it, a low moan. It drifted through the stillness like a forgotten sorrow, echoing around me, growing louder. "Help us," the voice whispered, haunting and broken. Each syllable twisted through the air, wrapping around me like a vice. I turned sharply, scanning the ethereal space for its source, dread pooling in my stomach. Before long, the figures became clearer, their faces emerging from the gloom, twisted in anguish. Their eyes reflected a depth of misery that shot straight through me. Those I thought I had saved were now lost again in this unsettling limbo, their bodies flickering like dying embers, caught between realms. Panic surged, and I stumbled back, searching for a way out. There had to be a way to escape this nightmare, to break free from their lamenting grasp. The walls of light seemed to close in on me, each step farther pulling me into the realm of despair. The air thickened, making breathing laborious, as if the very essence of loss was trying to pull me down into its depths. "Let me help you," I shouted, falling to my knees. I could feel the cold creeping closer, wrapping around my lungs, tightening its grip. "What do you need?" Suddenly, the figures converged around me, shadows stretching and swirling like a storm about to break. "We need release," they echoed, their voices blending into a chilling harmony that sent shivers down my spine. The shadows beckoned me, their hands stretching outward, thin and skeletal. Their eyes burned with a haunting light, filled with desperation that pierced my heart. A lone tear slipped down my cheek as I realized I could not turn away. "Release? How?" I begged, desperation coloring my voice. But instead of words, I felt a sharp pain stab through my chest, a reminder that I too was tethered here, stuck between light and shadow, losing myself in the chaos. The sensation expanded, each sharp pang drawing droplets of warmth from my soul. I gasped, instinctively clutching my chest as the coldness threatened to overwhelm me. "What do you want from me?" I cried, pleading as the shadows twisted with dark glee. "You must face your own darkness," they said, their tone haunting, echoing across the vast emptiness that surrounded us. "Only then can we find peace." A wave of realization washed over me, weighing heavy as dread surged within. I had fought the darkness outside, but now it was alive within me. I could no longer ignore the fears, the failures that I had been running from. "You have to confront what scares you most," they urged, the shadows darkening further. swirling closer, their voices becoming a cacophony of terrible echoes. Let it out! I felt the darkness clawing at my insides, rising like an entity eager to escape. No, I don't want to, I shouted, fighting back against the force that pulled at me. The flickering forms reached towards me, their fingers brushing against my arms, cold and electric. Suddenly, memories flooded back, vivid and sharp. I could see faces lost, moments shattered. The people I had failed, the times I had turned away, the decisions that led others into despair. Each recollection felt like a cutting blade, fresh wounds opening, bleeding the last bits of hope I had clung to. Face it, they cried, growing louder, voices rising to a wail. A whirlwind of despair encompassed me, the shadows closing in tightly, whispering the secrets I had locked away. I felt their icy breath against my skin, chilling me to the bone. Gripping my head, I recoiled, wishing again to escape this pain that felt so overwhelming. I can't, I screamed, though barely a whisper escaped my lips as terror enveloped me. But in that moment of vulnerability, I finally understood. The light within me had to be reignited. I took a shuddering breath, feeling the warmth flicker from where my heart pulsed, fighting against the chill. I had to find that strength. I had to confront my shadow. I refused to let you consume me, I whispered, voice trembling but steady. You can't take me. They shifted closer, darkness swirling as if testing my resolve. The shadows pressed in on all sides, their whispers echoes of my own fears. You will become what you fear most. You cannot escape. I clenched my fists, feeling a fierce spark ignite within. You are wrong, I shouted, defiance blossoming as I let the warmth inside swell. I am more than my fears. I will not be lost in this darkness. As I gathered that light, I could feel every soul around me hushed for a moment, their glares piercing through the shadows. Suddenly, I realized I could channel their pain, transform it into strength. I closed my eyes, pulling the dark energy toward me, refusing to recoil. The chamber erupted with energy, shadows swirling violently as I embraced the chaos. A fierce roar tore through the air, and I screamed too, rallying strength and purpose as the darkness converged. Stand with me, I shouted, feeling the radiant light crash against the shadows, illuminating the space once more. We will break these chains. With every heartbeat, I felt the light pulse brighter against the dark tendrils, pushing back against the consuming shadows. A whirlwind of energy surged around me, freeing the trapped souls as a wave of defiance cascaded through the air. Yet just when I thought I had broken free, the shadows coiled tighter, a final surge of force trying to drag me back down. You can't escape, they shrieked, voices a desperate plea. But as the darkness curled around, I felt a fierce resolve fill me. I would not concede. I choose light. I shouted into the void, an echo of fear swallowed by strength. And then, with one final explosion of my will, the energies collided, light bursting forth and shadows screeching with rage. The chamber shook violently, walls cracking as a blinding flash of luminescence enveloped everything. Together, I screamed, the words slipping from my lips, a rallying cry for all the lost souls, wrapping into the brilliance. We surged forward, uniting the energy that had once separated us, fighting as one against the void. The shadows erupted, crumbling before the strength of our collective will, retreating into the dark corners of the chamber, thrumming with rage and frustration. The air trembled with potential, as if the entire realm was holding its breath, waiting for the outcome. And then there was silence. As the last tendrils of darkness dissipated like fog in the morning sun, I found myself standing alone at the center, surrounded by the radiance. The faces of the lost souls shimmered around me, lost to the light, yet free at last. A new beginning. I breathed, tears of relief streaming down as the air lightened. But in the fleeting quiet, I couldn't shake the lingering sense that this was but a momentary victory. The shadows had retreated, Yes, but they lived on in the world outside, waiting silently for the moment to return. A shiver ran down my spine, for I knew the shadows were patient and cunning. The fight was far from over, and somewhere within the vastness of the unknown, darkness was still lurking, biding its time. The uncertainty loomed heavily over me, but I also felt the warmth swell within, a promise that I would stand and fight again when the time came. I looked ahead, ready for whatever lay beyond the horizon, a flicker of hope igniting a flame that would never be extinguished. That flicker of hope couldn't mask the unease settling deep within me. I stood in a vast expanse of light that felt strangely hollow. The faces of the freed souls began to fade, their forms dissipating like mist caught in the wind, and soon I was left alone. The brightness slowly dimmed further, and an unsettling silence crept in, wrapping around me like a shroud, making me acutely aware of the emptiness. I turned around, scanning the void. There was nothing but the lingering echoes of what had happened, like whispers carried away far into the dark. "Is anyone here?" My voice sounded strange, swallowed by the pressing stillness. I took a few steps forward, but with each movement, I felt the ground beneath shift, almost like it was alive. It pulsed gently, as if the very earth was breathing around me. Suddenly, a chilling breeze picked up, curling around my legs, and I stopped, my heart racing as icy fingers brushed against my skin. A whisper, almost unintelligible, caressed my ear. "Help us," it hissed softly, like a breathy sigh, sending a wave of goosebumps prickling along my arms. Out of the peripheral, shadows began to slither, creeping along the ground like a swarm of insects. I took a frantic step back, my breath hitching in my throat as the figures materialized, their forms amorphous and twisted, reminiscent of those I had seen before. Flashes of their faces emerged. Anguish, pain, rage. "Why are you here?" I asked, feeling small before their haunting presence. But they only shifted closer, their movements hauntingly slow, gliding over the ground, the dim light casting eerie reflections on their contorted features. I turned to run, but the ground beneath me transformed into a slick surface, as if the reality was oozing around my feet. I stumbled, falling into darkness that seemed to stretch endlessly. It felt like an abyss, swallowing me whole, yet the whispers persisted, echoing throughout the gloom. "Stay with us, stay." With all my strength, I pushed against the fear, forcing myself up again. I braced myself to face whatever horror proclaimed that I should stay. "I won't," I shot back defiantly, my spirit ignited. But as I stood, the shadows surged forward, enveloping me. I could feel the grasp of cold air wrapping around me, pulling me back into the depths, where I saw flickering lights twinkling like stars in the dark. They danced teasingly, but as I reached for them, the light warped into eyes, dark and hollow. "Join us," they beckoned, the depth of their voices echoing in a different tone, one that scraped against my sanity. I felt a wave of despair seeping into my bones as the shadows began to break apart, reassembling into faces I recognized. Family members, friends lost to the perils of despair, twisted and distorted by their suffering. "Why are you doing this?" I implored, the words escaping my lips with urgency. But they only gazed at me with haunted expressions, advancing slowly, their fingers stretching toward me, beckoning me to step into their reality of torment. A surge of memories flooded back. A family dinner turned sour, harsh words exchanged, guilt crashing over me like a tidal wave. I could feel my chest constrict, the weight of regret more pronounced with every step they took. "I didn't mean to hurt you," I whispered, the plea swallowed by the shadows. But they didn't cease their advance. The shadows twisted, morphing into grotesque shapes, turning into monstrous versions of those I once held dear. "You were never there when it mattered." The words stung, slicing into my psyche like a knife. I stumbled, backing into an unseen wall, the cold surface seeping through my clothes as reality blurred around me. The darkness thickened, wrapping itself around my chest, squeezing until I could barely breathe. I could no longer discern where I ended, and the shadows began, merging as one. "Face your horror," they howled, voices warping around me, a symphony of despair that crescendoed into a cacophony. The shadows morphed into a writhing mass, their hands grasping for my throat, clamoring to drag me down into the torment that bound them. I felt myself slipping, losing grip on my thoughts as darkness began to pull me under, the edges of my mind fraying and tearing. I could almost hear the cries of the lost souls rising, melding into an anguished roar that surrounded me, echoing my deepest fears. The face of my past loomed closer, a familiar figure distorted by rage and sorrow. "You could have saved us," it seethed, words dripping with bitterness as the void filled with its solemn misery. "You didn't care enough?" "No!" I shouted, the fiery spark within me igniting once more. "I'm here now. I want to help." My voice trembled, barely discernible, but I clung to it as a lifeline, desperate to reach through their pain. The shadows hesitated, swirling slowly, and for a brief moment, their accusing looks softened as I held firm against the gnawing despair. "You're not alone. I know your pain." I pushed through the crushing darkness, calling upon the light I had fought so hard to embrace. "We can heal together," I cried out, wishing to create a bridge between our worlds. Slowly, the shadows began to retreat, their forms wavering, a hint of hesitation in their movements. "You think you can save us?" they asked, voices laced with disbelief. Yet something in there flickered, a glimmer of hope swaying beneath the oppressive weight of the gloom. "Yes," I declared, trembling but resolute. "I believe we can move on together. I will not abandon you again." The darkness shifted, swirling in confusion, clashing against my persistent light. I could feel the tension in the air, a struggle between despair and hope, a pulsing reminder that we all carry our shadows. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, tearing through the air like glass shattering, echoing off the walls that felt like they were coming alive around me. The figures recoiled, momentarily stunned by the sound that ripped through the silence. It felt as if something ancient and powerful was awakening, something that had long been trapped beneath the weight of sorrow. "What was that?" I gasped, eyes widening as the shadows split and writhed around me, pulling back as panic coursed through their forms. The echoes morphed, becoming a haunting melody that sent shivers down my spine. It was beautiful, yet unsettling, resonating deep within my core, as though it was calling to something far darker hidden within me. And then I saw it, a shape forming within the shadows, bigger and more fearsome, a ghastly figure cloaked in a swirling mass of blackness. Its presence resonated despair, an ancient entity anchored in sorrow, seeking to regain the last remnants of the lost souls. "Your pain is mine," it roared, the sound crashing over me like frigid winds, filled with an uncontainable fury that sent chilling dread through my veins. The darkness began to pulse violently as the entity reached toward me, its long, skeletal fingers stretching with predatory intent. "You can never escape what you have unleashed," it taunted, the whisper a malevolent promise of suffering. I felt it pulling at the seams of my reality, pulling me back into a chasm of memories and fears long buried, threatening to unravel me entirely. "No, I won't let you," I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. In that moment, I felt the flicker of defiance, of blazing light that flared to life inside my chest. The figure roared, the shadows swirling around it thickening, but I stood firm. "I have faced you before, and I will not yield this time." As my defiance surged, the light grew brighter, casting brilliant rays that pierced through the suffocating darkness. The haunting whispers of the lost souls grew louder, transforming into cries of strength and unity that echoed around me. "Stand with me," I shouted, energy coursing through me, igniting the flickering shadows that lingered. I raised my hands toward the looming figure, channeling the collective spirit of all those I had fought for, and we surged forward together, refusing to be reduced to something forgotten. With every ounce of light I could muster, I pressed against the entity, feeling the shadows tremble as the air around us lit up with brilliance. It hissed, recoiling at the touch of our combined strength. Together, I urged, my voice steady now, breaking the oppressive hold of fear. We can defeat it. We can move forward. The shadows began to rally, an ember of hope soaring through the entity. I felt the energy shift, sweeping back against the suffocating gloom, igniting the spirits trapped in despair. And for the first time, I sensed them rallying behind me, pressing forward into the unknown. Together, we surged against the entity, the dark figure howling in denial as light and despair collided in a cataclysmic battle. Each pulse of energy sent ripples through the air, breaking apart the darkness, scattering the shadows into oblivion. But deep within, as the chaos swirled around me, I couldn't help but wonder, what would remain in the aftermath of this confrontation? Would the shadows truly vanish? Or had I merely uncovered a deeper darkness, one that lived on just beyond the veil, waiting for an opportunity to rise again? Only time would tell, but the flicker of hope in my heart urged me to press on, to fight, to face whatever lay lurking ahead in the shadows. Because while this battle was far from over, I could feel that I was no longer alone. I stared at the fading figure of darkness as it shrieked in fury. Each pulse of light I sent forward felt like a heartbeat, echoing in the vast emptiness. And just when I thought I had the upper hand, the ground beneath me trembled violently, shaking the very connections I had started to forge with the spirits. I glanced around, panic creeping back into me as the distant shadows surged again, morphing into twisted visions of my failures. I could see my past looming just beyond reach, faces I recognized, shrouded in an eerie glow that pulsed in sync with my heart. They whispered in discontent, their voices rising and falling like the tide. "Why did you let us go?" A voice seeped through the swirling mass of shadow, chilling me to the core. It was familiar, the tone filled with hurt. I cringed as it echoed inside my head, drowning my resolve in guilt. "You could have saved us." "No." I tried. I stammered, clutching my head as fear clawed at my thoughts, threatening to overwhelm me again. Around me, the air grew thick, heavy with a stench of decay, and I could feel the bitter memories invading, entangling with the new light I had fought to summon. The shadows twisted, coiling closer, amplifying their lamenting cries until they blended into a haunting symphony of despair that wrapped around me. "I'll make it right," I shouted defiantly, but my words felt lost in the swell of sorrow. Suddenly, shapes emerged from the gloom, twisted versions of those I loved, their bodies contorted, faces frozen in agonized expressions. They surged toward me, hands reaching out, their whispers blending into a chilling chorus. "Help us," they begged, yet their eyes bore the weight of accusations, as if I had betrayed them in their darkest moments. I felt their pain, a torrent of emotions crashing over me, drowning the flickering light I clung to. I stumbled back, the tears streaming down my face. "I didn't abandon you. I didn't know." But the more I pleaded, the darker their forms became, shadows thickening around them, and fear struck my heart like a dagger. The temperature dropped suddenly, chills running through my body, and I could see my breath forming clouds of mist in the air, thickening like a fog. A low growl resonated in the distance, reverberating through the depths of the shadows. I turned my gaze, squinting into the darkness. Something ancient lurked there, waiting and watching with unseen eyes, its presence suffocating, heavy. In my mind, a low hum began to resonate, a vibration that felt like a heartbeat, violent and unyielding. The shadows erupted with a fierce energy as the growl built into a roar that rattled my bones. "You cannot escape," it cried, the distorted voice ominously promising destruction. In that moment, I knew I had to face this, whatever it was. Taking a deep breath, I clenched my fists, focusing on the warmth still flickering inside me, a spark that refused to be extinguished. As I willed myself to stand tall, the figure emerged, a mass of swirling darkness with glowing red eyes piercing through the gloom. It was the embodiment of all the fears I had suppressed, twisted into something grotesque and far more terrifying than I had imagined. The entity stretched its long, clawed hands toward me, its fingers curling menacingly through the air. "Your past has come to claim you," it hissed, echoes of torment slipping from its lips like poison. I fell to my knees, the shadows coiling around my legs, threatening to pull me into their depths. "No, I refuse," I cried, tearing my gaze away from the monstrous form that leaned in closer, its breath cold and rancid against my skin. "Face your pain," it screeched, the voice rising to a feverish pitch, stripping away every glimmer of hope I clung to. I could feel the shadows digging deeper into my soul, dragging my darkest regrets into the light. Images flashed through my mind, betrayals, missed opportunities, moments I had let slip away. Each replay amplified the chilling sensation wrapping around my heart, constricting tighter. I begged for it to stop, for the torment to end. But then, among the chaos, a flicker ignited. It was soft and subtle, a reminder of those I had fought for, proof that even in the darkest moments, something beautiful could emerge. I had a spark, a light that refused to be snuffed out. It pulsed gently, urging me to rise against the darkness. I steadied my breath, focusing on the warmth that filled my chest. "I will face you," I declared, pushing back against the shadows that snarled at my feet, suddenly igniting with defiance. "You can't take me," the entity shrieked in rage, and with every ounce of courage, I extended my hands toward it. "You don't own me. I am more than my fears." Bright light erupted from my palms, forcing the shadows to recoil, twisting and writhing as I gathered the energy inside me, channeling everything I had fought for. The brilliance surged further, blinding the dark figure, causing its twisted shape to falter. "Stay back," I shouted, thrusting my hands forward, the light radiating outward until the darkness trembled. In that moment, the shadows screamed, unraveling like threads of a frayed tapestry, blackness retreating from the blazing light I emitted. But as the entity roared in agony, I felt a tremor beneath my feet. The ground crackled as fissures opened up, releasing dark tendrils that writhed upward like angry serpents. I could feel the heat of the darkness rising, thrumming with malevolence as the air thickened with its presence. "You are defying the inevitable," the entity howled, shadows swirling around it, becoming a tempest of fury as tendrils lashed toward me, trying to ensnare me once again. In that moment, I realized I wasn't just fighting for myself. I was fighting for every soul that had been lost to the darkness, every shred of hope that had been extinguished. "I am not afraid," I roared, summoning the light and launching it toward the entity. And as it collided with the shadows, I could feel an explosion of energy pulsing through the air. But just when I thought I was winning, a blinding flash enveloped the space, dragging me into a nightmare of swirling shadows and radiant light, everything blending into chaos. Horrifying faces materialized on the walls, twisting and contorting, their mouths opening wide in silent screams. The apparition of my past swirled around me, accusations dripping from their expressions, and suddenly I was lost in the cacophony of laments and despair. Every regret, every mistake rose around me like a tempest, and I was flung into an endless cycle of torment, feeling myself spiraling into the darkness. Inside, panic surged like a tidal wave as everything came crashing back. "What is happening?" I gasped, trying to ground myself in reality. But as I looked around, the faces of the lost souls morphed into something monstrous, the soft glow now twisted into sinister shapes. And then a chill crawled up my spine. A deep, gnashing sound echoed around me, and I spun around to see a hulking shadow lurking not far away, laughing silently at my torment. "You'll never escape," it whispered mockingly, its eyes glowing with malice, filled with a profound hunger that pierced my very core. Each breath became heavier, an oppressive weight settling on my chest. But amid the encroaching dread, I gathered my thoughts. I remembered the flicker of hope I had embraced and how I had awakened the spirits trapped in despair. I focused on that light, pulling it closer, and as I did, I felt the shadows pushing against me, every grotesque form clawing at my sanity, clawing at the light that burned within. "I am here!" I shouted, anger igniting the flame within. "Light will conquer darkness." As the words escaped my lips, I thrust my hands toward the monstrous figure, channeling every ounce of determination, my soul yearning for freedom for myself and the lost souls. Bright energy surged forward, pushing against the tide of shadows, and with it, I felt the chains of despair that had bound so many breaking apart. The growls of rage erupted from the entity, but I pressed on, the brilliance illuminating the depths of its fury, forcing the shadows to recoil further. In the chaos, I felt something shift, an unexpected warmth blooming from the fractured memories. "We can illuminate the darkness together," I pleaded, extending my hands further into the void. The writhing shadows hesitated, curling back for just a heartbeat, as if the brightness was igniting a glimmer of recognition within them. Had they carried fragments of their past that still longed for light? I took a shuddering breath, my heart pounding, realizing I could still guide them away from this endless abyss. "We can rise above," I shouted, my voice filled with fervor. "Join me, and let the light lead you home." The shadows hesitated, trembling with the conflicting power of darkness and light, and suddenly, I felt a presence behind me, filling the space with a warmth that wrapped around like a gentle embrace. An army of lost souls, once again emerging from the depths, pressing forward, joining me in my fight against despair. With renewed strength, we surged together, channeling collective energy into a radiant pulse that rippled outward into the encroaching shadows. The entity weaved and twisted, its tendrils lashing out, but I stood steady, drawing upon every ounce of light we had ignited. "Together!" I cried, as the shadows faltered against our united front. I could see their harsh edges blurring, their forms wavering as the combined force pressed forward, illuminating the dark corners of the room. Yet, even in that brilliance, I sensed something looming beneath the surface, a darkness deeper than what I had faced, and the entity recoiled and twisted, a ferocious roar echoing through the void as it began to pull back its grotesque form. But in the midst of that, a flickering anxiety gnawed at the back of my mind. What would happen if we succeeded? Would the shadows dissipate for good, or merely slumber until the next unsuspecting soul wandered into this cursed realm? A chill scratched at the nape of my neck, making me wonder if the battle had truly come to an end. "Keep fighting. We won't stop now," I shouted, feeling the energy flow through me as the unseen fears crept closer, the edges of the shadows encroaching like tendrils waiting to sink their claws back into the light. But in that moment, I understood. Even if the darkness never truly disappeared, it was my choice to rise above it. I would not be swallowed by my past again. The warmth surged, and the flicker transformed into a blazing fire within me, lighting the way forward. I rallied the spirits at my command, urging them on in defiance of the swirling shadows around us. Each heartbeat reverberated with purpose as we pressed deeper into the darkness, sweeping along our path like sparks of fire, unraveling the shadows that tried to consume us. The weight of despair began to lift, and with each step we took, the shadows shrank back, recoiling against the brilliance of our shared strength. I saw the grotesque faces flinch, agony returning to their twisted expressions as we pressed onward. With new determination igniting my spirit, I shouted into the depth of despair, feeling the darkness tremble beneath my words. "We will drive you out." The surge of energy exploded around me, blasting through the thick fog of sorrow that had held us captive. But then a voice called from within the shadows, weaving through the air, an ancient whisper that sent a shiver up my spine. "You think you can banish me so easily?" I turned, heart racing, as the shadows slithered inwards, and I felt a sinister presence gathering strength behind me. "You are nothing without your regrets," it hissed, voice dripping with contempt. Panic clawed at me as the shadows took a more solid form, its features summoning every haunting fear I had ever known. "You will always be bound by your past," it taunted, the shadows thickening, drawing closer once more. "Your light is but an illusion, temporary and weak," it spat, its laughter echoing through the void, and I began to doubt myself, fear creeping back into my heart. But even in that moment of terror, the flicker inside me still burned bright, reminding me of every struggle, every soul I stood with. Clenching my fists, I pushed back against the overwhelming darkness that threatened to engulf me once again. "I am not defined by my past," I yelled, taking a step forward, the light piercing through the shadows, illuminating my surroundings. "I refuse to let you win." With that, I directed the light towards the dark figure, pouring every ounce of courage into that single beam of brilliance. The shadows twisted violently as the beam struck the dark figure, illuminating its distorted features for the first time. I felt a rush of adrenaline, every ounce of fear replaced with defiance, but the darkness only howled louder, thrashing against the light. The room pulsed with an unsettling energy, vibrations causing the walls to tremble and crack. Fragments of memories surged around me, twisted scenes of my past mistakes playing out in grotesque detail. I fought to keep my focus, pushing against the onslaught of guilt that clawed at my resolve. Each time I thought I gained an upper hand, the shadows retaliated, threatening to pull me deeper into their abyss. "See what you've done?" they crooned, their voices echoing from deep within the gloom. The faces of those I had lost surfaced once more, contorted into expressions of unimaginable sorrow. "This is your fault." I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to silence the cacophony filling my mind. "I can't keep living like this," I shouted into the swirling darkness, striving to drown out the haunting whispers that came from every direction. The shadows crept closer, each pulse of dark energy snaking around my limbs, making every movement feel like wading through thick tar. And then, glimmers of light sparked around me, trailing like fireflies through the endless darkness. The spirits of those lost souls hovered near, their presence warm and resolute. I could feel their support, a reminder of my strength. They were saying, "You can break free." With a final, defiant scream, I thrust my hands forward, unleashing the torrent of light that surged from within. It spiraled outwards, enveloping the tendrils of darkness that tried to ensnare me. As the light expanded, I felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The entity let out a spine-chilling shriek, a sound filled with rage and fear as my light ignited the shadows. They writhed and recoiled, beginning to unravel before my eyes. The whispers turned to wails, echoing in anguish as the dark forms started to dissipate, the air thickening with tension. But even as the shadows shrank, I sensed a darker presence lurking just below the surface, puppeteering the chaos in the room. "Foolish child," it hissed, "you cannot escape the depth of your own mind." The shadows shimmered like smoke, and within the turmoil, a figure began to coalesce. It stood tall, a silhouette of darkness, but its outline pulsated with a life of its own. Its eyes glowed like two malevolent moons, reflecting every fear I had buried deep within me. "You are nothing but your regrets." I felt the ground shake beneath me as memories surged, threatening to drown me again. The past clawed hungrily, each recollection a dagger aimed straight for my heart. "No, you don't own me," I screamed, resisting the urge to back down. Just as the darkness threatened to consume me once more, I drew on the strength of every spirit around me. My mind flooded with images of the moments that illuminated my life, the faces of loved ones, laughter shared, battles fought side by side. The warmth enveloped me, igniting a fire that radiated with fierce resolve. With renewed determination, I focused on the dark figure before me. "You're wrong. I am not my mistakes," I shouted, allowing the light to grow until it became blinding. I am the sum of my struggles and triumphs, of every soul that has stood by me. The dark entity began to tremble as I unleashed the full force of my light. Shadows recoiled, shrieks mingling with the echoes of the past. I could feel their power weakening, my resolve solidifying with every word. Then I noticed it. The shadows weren't just enemies. They carried remnants of lost souls, trapped in pain, longing for release. In fear, the dark figure shrieked, summoning every last ounce of strength to resist. "You are just like them," it spat, baring its jagged teeth. I took a step back, heart racing, the weight of its words heavy on my chest. The shadows thickened, swirling frantically around me, forming a whirlwind of dark energy. "You can't save them," it growled, its voice a chilling scrape. "They will always be bound by their sorrow." But as despair began to creep back in, I felt the surge of light growing stronger, fueled by hope. It coursed through me, igniting my spirit even in the face of doubt. "No!" I yelled, the sound echoing like thunder. "I choose to fight for them." The shadows twisted violently, the dark figure shrinking before my eyes as if it could sense the power of my resolve. I saw the mirrored faces writhing within, their pain raw and desperate. I couldn't let that be there forever, couldn't let my fears drown them. I raised my hands high, that warm energy spilling from my fingertips as a brilliant vortex of light swirled around me. Pure energy illuminating the chaos, chasing away the darkness. "You are not your suffering," I shouted into the void, channeling every ounce of energy into freeing those souls trapped in the shadows. In that moment, I ripped open my heart, unleashing the floodgates of light, a beam piercing through the thick haze of darkness. The figure screamed, but its voice was swallowed by an explosion of radiant energy spiraling forth. The air crackled with a newfound power as the shadows began to unravel, the cries of the lost souls lifting like anguished echoes into the vastness. "You are free!" I cried out, feeling the energy clash against the oppressive gloom, filling the entire space with warmth and hope. But the battle raged on. I felt the last furious grasp of the dark entity as it clawed against the rising tide of light. "I will never let you go," it howled, launching jagged shards of darkness toward me. I ducked just in time, the air around me thick with the lingering scent of despair. Sweat dripped down my brow, panic gnawing at my chest as I fought back. "You are nothing without your victims," I yelled, throwing my arms out wide, creating a shield of luminous light that repelled the entity's attack. The shadows surged against my barrier, wrapping tighter, their whispers rising to a fever pitch. "Join us," they screeched, their voices twisting into a cacophony of hatred and regret. "You belong here." But I stood firm. "I will not be swayed by your lies," I shouted, the echo of my voice breaking through the dark. Besides me, the embers of the spirits burned brighter, flickering with a will of their own as I focused on the light I had summoned between us, a radiant force pushing against the encroaching shadows. As if sensing it, the dark entity lurched forward again, a last-ditch effort to reclaim its hold. I could feel the pressure, a vice around my chest as it pressed closer, but the light surged within me, a tidal wave of bright energy erupting from my core. "Enough!" I roared, releasing the energy in a blinding flash that burst forth like the sun breaking through a stormy sky. The shadows shrieked in anguish, unrelenting as they fought back, but the barrier of light expanded, consuming the darkness around me. Suddenly, I found myself lifted off the ground, propelled by pure energy racing through my veins. The darkness twisted and turned, the entity's form crackling under the pressure. I could feel it weakening, the shadows trembling in my presence as I pressed on, determined to end this battle once and for all. With every ounce of will, I summoned the last remnants of energy from within, my light bombarding the dark figure until its form began to writhe and distort. "You will not claim me or anyone else," I screamed, the energy blasting forth like a thunderstorm. A final surge of light erupted as the shadows screamed in fury, their forms disintegrating beneath the strength of my will. I blinked painfully against the brightness, my heart racing as the last remnants of the dark entity were consumed in a brilliant eruption of light. But as the sounds of darkness faded, an uneasy silence fell over me, a heavy stillness that threatened to suffocate. I opened my eyes, my chest heaving as I looked around the darkened room, only to find that the shadows had not entirely vanished. They lingered on the edges, whispering secrets, their presence still a palpable threat. And as I stood in that silence, realization struck me like a chill. The darkness may be diminished, but it was far from gone. I had merely scratched the surface. Something deeper lingered, a malevolence just beyond my perception, waiting for the moment I would falter. Is this really over? I thought, heart sinking into a pool of dread. Would I have to face this darkness again? To fight the memories, the shadows, and the things I still feared? With every heartbeat, I felt a chill creeping back into my bones, and as I glanced around the empty space, I sensed that I was not out of danger yet. Uncertainty gripped me tightly, a lingering sense of dread. I knew then I might not have conquered the darkness entirely. I turned, my heart pounding, feeling the weight of eyes upon me, an unshakable feeling that I was no longer alone. As I stepped forward, the shadows whispered softly, their words caressing my ears. The whispers crawled under my skin, slithering through the air like a chill that had no source. I could barely catch my breath as the darkness hugged the walls, deepening the shadows that coiled and breathed in the corners. The feeling of being watched intensified, sending shivers down my spine, and I turned my head slowly, scanning the edges of the room. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly, unsure if I wanted an answer. The thick silence felt heavy, pressing in on me like a blanket of dread. But then, just as the silence grew unbearable, I caught a fleeting movement in my peripheral vision, a dark shape flickering just out of sight, hauntingly familiar, but utterly unrecognizable. Instinctively, I took a step back, the floor creaking beneath my feet, the noise echoing like a warning. I squinted into the gloom, heart racing, desperate to make sense of what I was seeing. Then I saw it, a figure emerging from the darkness. It shimmered with a translucent glow, its features indistinct but charged with an unsettling energy. All the warmth I had felt moments before evaporated, replaced by a primordial fear. The figure hovered near, shifting and swirling like a wisp of smoke, its face a mask of anguish blending into shadows. I could almost make out the outlines of those familiar twisted expressions. The lost, the weary, those who had known despair. "Help us," it whispered, the voice echoing as though from a vast distance. "We're trapped." My heart sank further, the weight of those words crashing down on me. Could I really help them? Or would I merely plunge deeper into this nightmare? I stumbled back, bumping into a solid wall, panic igniting my instincts. "What do you want from me?" I yelled, half pleading, half defiant. The figure danced in the air, shadows spilling from its form and swirling around. My feet anchoring me in place. A cold touch grazed my cheek, sending goosebumps racing across my body. "Join us," it called again, the shadows drawing closer, wrapping around me like cold fingers. "Don't fight it. You belong here." The room warped, the walls flickering like a candle caught in the wind as memories flooded my mind uninvited, each one darker than the last. I saw visions of regret and sorrow, lost opportunities, faces I would never see again. I squeezed my eyes shut, desperately trying to block it all out, but the images wouldn't fade. "Stop!" I shouted, fear clawing at my throat, but the shadows only thickened, weaving their way into the edges of my consciousness. "I won't give in." With that, I surged forward and unleashed a torrent of light, a brilliant sphere that pushed against the encroaching darkness. I could feel the warmth radiating from my core, lighting up the room and pushing the shadows back momentarily. But the twisted shapes continued to linger, angry hisses escaping their vacuous mouths. Foolish mortal, the voices hissed in unison, the shadows writhing like a storm, determined to engulf me again. You cannot escape what you truly are. The words curled around me, claws that dug deep, and suddenly I felt vertigo, as if the ground had shifted beneath my feet. A low rumble filled the air, shaking me to the core, and the shadows writhed in fury. You are part of us now, they seethed, and with a pulse of darkness, the very fabric of reality seemed to snap. Walls of the room began to bleed, dark ooze sliding down like countless eyes watching my every move. My breath caught in my throat, the air thick with dread. I could feel them closing in, desperate for a piece of my soul. I had to get away. I stumbled and dashed towards the doorway, but it twisted and warped away in front of me, room shifting like a living thing, trapping me inside a terrifying spectacle. "Let me out!" I screamed, banging against a wall that rippled like water, my heartbeat thunderous in my ears. With every frantic shove against the dark surface, the shadows grew bolder, wrapping tighter, slick tendrils seeking to pull me into their depths. Suddenly, a memory struck me, clearer than the rest. I remembered a time when I had stared into the face of my greatest fear, a time I had convinced myself I could never overcome. "You can't have me!" I roared, unleashing raw energy, a spark igniting within. The shadows recoiled, curling back, momentarily pushed away by my defiance. But the dark entity wasn't finished. It twisted, morphing around me like a living nightmare, its form bulging with rage, writhing like 1,000 serpents. "You think you can resist?" it crooned, voice cold and filled with malice. "You are far too weak to face the truth." Horrible laughter filled the air, echoing like the sound of bones cracking. Every retort sent ripples of fear down my spine. I could feel my resolve waning as its voice slithered into my mind, sowing seeds of doubt and anguish. "I am not weak," I shouted, but my words felt hollow, echoing into the void. The shadows were circling again, encroaching, squeezing tighter around me. I pressed my back against the wall, breathless, trying to ground myself. The entity's eyes glowed fiercely, illuminating its face for just a fraction of a second. A sunken visage twisted in grotesque proportions, a combination of every regret I had ever buried within. My heart raced as the truth gripped me. The twisted reflection of regret was a distorted version of myself, mocking my efforts. In that instant, every ounce of fear welled up inside me, every dark thought poised to engulf me. "You can't control me," I yelled, mustering my strength. "I am not your puppet." I felt toying with the shadows, a tug-of-war within my own being. The darkness howled in protest, fury and desperation bubbling to the surface. The disembodied voices crescendoed into haunting cries, the room trembling under the weight of their collective pain. "Join us. Give in to your darkness," they wailed, and I could see more shapes surfacing from the shadows, twisted faces reaching out, longing to claim me. I staggered back, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to pull me down into the depths. The shadows reached out with desperate fingers, grasping at me, and in a moment of pure instinct, I unleashed another wave of light. It burst forward, a brilliant expulsion of energy that seared through the lingering darkness. The shrieks of the shadows reached a fever pitch, followed by a sudden silence, as the room flickered, the walls stuttering in place. For a fleeting moment, I felt the release of pressure, the dark fingers loosening their grip. But just as soon as the light flickered, a growl reverberated from the depths, guttural and primal. "You think you can push me away?" The entity spat, rage and bitterness filling the air. "I am forever." As I gasped, the temperature in the room plummeted, an icy breeze swirling around me, making goosebumps erupt all over my skin. I could feel the shadows entwining tighter once more, losing the ground I had so desperately fought to regain. Against this gathering storm, I took a shaky breath, and steel myself. I could not let despair conquer me again. I will rise, I shouted defiantly, resurrecting the warmth that flared anew in my chest. With every fiber of my being, I willed forth a fierce blaze of light, molding it into an impenetrable shield. It erupted from within me, pushing back the encroaching shadows with its ferocity, my spirit unyielding even as doubt pressed down. Much to my horror, dark laughter chased the light, echoing in a twisted symphony. You are nothing, a flicker in the endless void, but I refused to yield. I drew in every scrap of courage I possessed, igniting the light within until it pulsed like a star, radiating warmth in the suffocating chill. I am more than this darkness, I bellowed, the very essence of my spirit breaking free. The shadows recoiled, their forms shrinking into grotesque shapes that flickered and burned under the intensity of my brilliance. They shrieked and howled, rage spilling over, intertwined with fear as the light engulfed them entirely. Yet, just as victory seemed tangible, a new menace emerged, a shuddering darkness, more viscous and tangible than the others, swirling mercilessly around me. It came like a tidal wave, pulling the light back into itself, threatening to silence my fight. Let it take you, it hissed with breath like ice. It will be easier. No, I screamed, feeling the pressure wrap around my throat, cutting off my breath. I refused to let you win. I searched within myself for the flicker of determination that had guided me thus far. It burned brighter, pushing against the abyss that sought to claim me. The shadows still writhed, but I felt a force greater than fear. Gathering every last bit of resolve, I directed my will again, a blinding eruption of light that shot forth, filling the entire room with its vibrant energy. I was done doubting. I wasn't giving up this time. With a roar, I released the energy, casting it outwards like a spear piercing through the darkness. The air vibrated with sheer force, illuminating faces of the lost souls, spirits that flickered with hope. I could hear their laughter intertwining with the light, their voices weaving a tapestry of warmth that wrapped around me. As the dark figures shrieked in agony, the shadows twisted and contorted, attempting to retreat, but finding no escape from the blazing brilliance. I'd emerge from the pit of despair, breaking free from the chains that once bound me. But just as I thought darkness was gone, a sinister whisper slithered through the air, curling around my feet. You think you've won? You are only scratching the surface. The room shifted as the laughter morphed, echoing with a chilling finality. A chill coursed through me, a creeping anxiety pulling at the edges of my resolve. In that moment, I realized that this was far from over. The shadows were still lurking, waiting, their whispers caressing my consciousness. Darkness lingered, trembling like smoke in the air. With every breath I took, the icy grip constricted around my throat, tightening as if the shadows positioned themselves to choke the light I had summoned. I could feel despair clawing at me again, trying to pull me back into its suffocating embrace, but I fought to stay upright. As I stood there, the whispers began to morph, their tones sharpening into a discordant melody that echoed through the room. You cannot escape us, they cooed in unison, their voices haunting, weaving together like vines suffocating the light. My heart raced, my pulse pounding in my ears, each beat a reminder that I was alive, still fighting. Suddenly, the air thickened with an overwhelming sense of dread. A shadowy figure crawled along the floor, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a broken marionette. I took a step back, feeling the weight of panic draping over me. The creature elongated, stretching upwards until it reached the ceiling, the dark form twisting and curling like thick smoke. "Join us," the figure crooned, its voice oozing with malice, dripping like venom. "You know deep down you want to." I felt my stomach churn, its chilling resemblance to a long-forgotten fear clawing at the edges of my mind. "No, I refuse," I whispered, though doubt seeped in like a slow poison. The shadow's form pulsed, flickering closer, its empty eye sockets boring into me, hungry, eager for me to relent. I was terrified as I watched it drop to the floor with a wet slosh, pooling like ink on a page, reaching for me with twisted hands. "Help us, help yourself," it hissed, the shadows swirling and reforming into tortured faces that distorted in anguish, thrumming with the weight of despair. Each face was a prism of suffering, trapped in its own cycle of torment, and a part of me wanted to give in, to join them in their misery. But another part of me screamed to hold on. "You don't control me," I shouted defiantly, gathering whatever strength I had left. The shadows shuddered angrily, dark waves crashing against my resolve. They pressed in closer, coldness biting at my skin, threatening to extinguish the light I had just reignited. "Foolish mortal," the figure spat, its voice dark and filled with contempt. "The light can't keep you warm forever." The ground beneath me shivered, and the shadows began to buckle, transforming into a swirling vortex that threatened to consume everything in their path. I staggered backward, heart pounding, adrenaline surging through me. The laughter echoed, a terrible cacophony reverberating through the air, and I clenched my fists, determined not to falter. I could see tendrils of darkness reaching out, wrapping around my ankles like chains, yanking downward, pulling me towards their depths. "Embrace your darkness," they taunted, pulling me closer. But the mere thought of surrender sent a surge of defiance through me. I needed to show them I wouldn't be weak. With all my strength, I tore at the chains binding me, and a flash of light blossomed from my core. In that desperate moment, I transformed despair into defiance, the light growing brighter, illuminating the grotesque faces that hovered close. The shadows recoiled with hissing indignation, their twisted forms contorting violently. "You can't fight who you are," they screamed, echoing through the room. But I pressed on, shouting with everything I had, "I am not my fears." My voice rippled through the oppressive atmosphere, dispelling some of the suffocating darkness, and the shadows shrieked in outrage. Fueled by my determination, I was ready to break the bonds imprisoning me. "Release me," I commanded, feeling a surge of energy pulse through me, driving the shadows back momentarily. But the reprieve was fleeting as a cold draft swept through the room, ushering in a cacophony of whispers that seemed to wrap around my mind, like fingers tracing my thoughts, playing on my doubts. "You are not free," they crooned softly, the sound like a lullaby that danced along my nerve endings. "Every step forward only leads to nightmares." My chest tightened as the echoes began to weave memories of my deepest fears, images of failure, abandonment, and loss playing like a film reel. I didn't come this far to lose, I yelled, trying to drown the whispers with my defiance. With each breath, I concentrated on the light growing within, pushing it against the encroaching darkness. As the light surged forth, the shadows halted, momentarily stunned, and I stumbled forward, finding my voice again. "You don't own me," I shouted, the words carrying the weight of every battle I had fought. The darkness writhed and twisted in fury, but I pressed on, the light shimmering fiercely. Suddenly, a figure loomed just within my peripheral vision, a tall silhouette shrouded in shadows, its features indistinguishable, yet evoking primal fear. Something about it felt familiar, a haunting memory echoing through the chambers of my mind, and I shivered uncontrollably. "Do you remember what we've lost?" it whispered, its voice echoing like a distant memory, drifting through the air. "You thought you could escape, yet here you are, trapped among the remains of what could have been." For an instant, doubt crept back, wrapping around my heart like a vice. In a heart-stopping moment of recognition, I realized I was face to face with my past, hovering just beyond my grasp. I felt the sorrow seep through the shadows, striking a desperate chord within me. "No, I won't let you take me again," I faltered, but the darkness lured me closer, suffocating the light that pulsed in desperation against the rising tide. "Come back," it beckoned, a seductive whisper that twisted through the room and started to weave a net of familiarity. "You belong with us." The dread washed over me, the shadows swirling like a vortex, memories threatening to consume every glimmer of hope. I squinted, fighting against the encroaching darkness, desperation clawing at my insides. "I am stronger than you think," I yelled, channeling everything I had, hoping to pierce through the despair trying to blanket me. But the entity only laughed, a cruel sound that echoed in the suffocating air. "Oh, but we know your deepest fears. We will always be waiting." Out of nowhere, a sudden rush of wind gusted through the place, scattering shadows and sending a chilling scream echoing through the air. Despite the chaos, I found hope in the brief moment of clarity as the dark entity stumbled. I seized the opportunity, hurling light forward, arcing it through the cold energy, suffocating me. It spiraled outward, illuminating the ghosts that lingered, transforming their anguished expressions into something softer, hopeful, longing for release. For a heartbeat, the shadows shrieked and recoiled as the light spread like wildfire through the room, consuming their forms. "Help them," a familiar voice echoed, its essence grounding me. "Save them." In that moment, something inside me shifted. Each flicker of light brought strength not only to myself, but to the lost souls hovering in the edges, those trapped by their own despair. I could bear their burdens, not just my own. Determined, I focused on the gathering light, and as I reached my hands out, the shadows began to unravel slowly, their forms flickering like dying embers. "You can be free," I cried out to them, feeling their energy intertwining with mine. The entity's laughter faded, replaced by anguished howls that reverberated through the walls. "You can't save them," it screamed, disintegrating beneath the brilliance of the light, its power waning. But just as victory was within reach, shadows congealed again behind me, a dense mass pulsing with malicious energy as they loomed closer, whispering sinister threats that chilled my blood. I felt a shuddering presence creep down my spine, the weight of their fury palpable in the air. "You have stirred the abyss," they hissed, fangs glinting as they neared, anticipation wafting off them like the scent of decay. Desperation layered thick in my chest as I realized this fight was far from over. It had merely transformed. "Face us, little light," they taunted, their grip tightening, a web of darkness ensnaring my limbs, trying to tug me back. As dread washed over me, I knew I could not allow them to win. "I am not afraid," I shouted, summoning the last reserves of my strength. I could feel the energy surging, desperate for release. Electricity crackled in the air, and with a mighty roar, I exploded outward, the shadows struggling against the whirling mass of light that threatened to engulf them completely. "Fool!" they howled, yet their cries grew fainter as the light raged on, shimmering through the remnants of darkness. "You will regret this." But their threats rang hollow, just echoes in the tempest of my own defiance. I pushed forth, unwavering, the light blazing brighter than ever, drowning out the darkness that had caused me so much pain. The shadows shrieked, ripping apart piece by piece, scattering like ashes in the wind. Just then, a final shadow emerged from the depths, a shape that writhed with an ancient malevolence, commanding the space with an air of authority, like a king over a ruined kingdom. "Your light is nothing," it boomed, tone deep and chilling. "You will meet your end soon enough." The shadows writhed in response, curling tightly around the figure as it stepped closer, swathed in an aura of midnight. I felt my heart race, pounding so loudly in my ears that I could barely hear the mocking voice echoing through the darkness. "Do you not see?" It taunted, its form stretching and distorting, casting menacing shapes against the walls. "You fight against your very nature. Abandon this futile struggle and join us forever." The air thickened with an oppressive energy, heavier than before. I could feel the chill seeping into my bones, making every movement feel sluggish. Dark tendrils lunged toward me, their edges sharp and hungry, scraping against my skin like claws drawing blood. I recoiled, terror swallowing me whole as the figure advanced, eyes glowing like embers against the blackness. "No!" I cried out, desperation clawing at my throat. My pulse quickened, and I had to dig deep, reaching for the light that flickered in my chest. "You're wrong!" My voice wavered, but I pressed forward, focusing on that spark of defiance. Suddenly, the darkness surged forward, enveloping me in a frigid embrace that felt like death. It squeezed tightly, teeth gnashing in shadows, whispering forgotten fears and dread, threatening to drown out my thoughts entirely. "Remember the moments of weakness," it hissed. "The despair that lives within you?" Visions flooded my mind. Faces of those I had lost, moments of pain and regret. They flashed like lightning, piercing through my resolve. "You will fail. You will always fail," the entity cooed, its voice dripping with malicious satisfaction. The shadows rolled like storm clouds above me, embracing each heart-wrenching memory, pulling me under as if on the verge of drowning. But I couldn't let them pull me into the depths of despair. I summoned the light once more, though it flickered and flickered. Shadows twistingly danced around me, as if they wanted to consume the very essence of my being. It tore me apart from the inside, every aching doubt threatening to take over completely. In my desperation, I began to chant softly, "I am strong. I am light." With each word, the shadows shrieked, but I could feel the energy gathering around me, a radiant glow breaking through the murky darkness. The more I spoke, the more desperate the darkness became, thrashing around with rage. Suddenly, the air ignited, swirling in a whirl of blinding brightness. The shadows shrieked and retreated, their forms buckling under the intensity. I could see their shapes contorting in agony, losing their grip on reality. They screamed, a chorus of torment that sent shivers rippling down my spine. "You can't be this strong," they wailed, their voice a cacophony of despair and fury. But the figure at the center remained, its eyes burning fierce with rage. "You think you have conquered," it boomed, shaking the very walls of the room. "You are nothing but a flickering candle in the storm." With a sweeping gesture, dark energy surged toward me like a tidal wave, wrapping around my limbs, pulling me in with an unrelenting force. Caught in its grasp, I felt panic rise within me again, clawing at the edges of my mind. The shadows tightened their grip, pulling closer, suffocating me in a cocoon of darkness that made it hard to breathe. "You were always meant to fall," it growled, voice like gravel. "Give into your weakness." Just as despair threatened to pull me under completely, an instinctual rage ignited within me. "No!" I screamed, my voice echoing fiercely through the entrapment, matched only by the flickering light pulsing within my core. Drawing on the last remnants of energy, I slammed the light outward with every ounce of force I possessed. The wave dispersed through the suffocating darkness like a beacon of hope, battling back the oppressive weight surrounding me. I could feel the energy crackling through the air, vibrating with intensity as it pushed back against the darkness, forcing it to retreat. But as the shadows recoiled, embers of dark energy slashed back, baring teeth like shards of glass. It sliced through the air toward me, a violent attack laced with a primal noise. I felt a rush of fear as a shadow shot through the void, piercing the light I had summoned, knocking me back against the wall. Something sharp prodded at my side, pain blooming instantly as I gasped, fear flooding through me like ice. "You are weak," the figure mocked, gliding closer, its shadowy form now draped in a cloak of despair. I struggled to breathe, the air cold and heavy with the taste of despair, my vision blurring as panic set in. The light I had summoned flickered and waned, a dying fire fighting against a storm. "Give in," it urged, a throaty whisper curling around my ears, coiling into my mind. I pressed my back against the wall, feeling the jagged edge of reality bend and warp around me, trapping me in its suffocating grasp. I was at a tipping point, and the darkness was winning. With a frenzied urgency, I closed my eyes tight, trying to concentrate. I was losing control, but deep within me, rebelling against the despair, something surged, a primal instinct to survive that defied everything the shadows were trying to force on me. I refused to be just another victim. I'm not afraid of you. I roared, the strength returning in waves, crashing against the waves of shadows that glared hungrily at me. In that moment, I felt my heart beat, stronger, louder. Bringing it all together, a swell of energy pulsed through me, gathering momentum, and before I fully realized it, I thrust my hands outward, calling forth the light with a primal scream. The radiance exploded, pushing the darkness backward, illuminating the room in blinding white. I could see the shadows twisting and shrinking, their forms disintegrating like ash on the wind. "No, you will never be free," they shrieked, a terrible cry that shook the very air around us. But I held my ground, the light surging until it pulsed with a life of its own. I focused on the faces of those I loved, the warm memories that chipped away at the chill of despair. Each thought fueled the light, sending it spiraling outward, wrapping around the abyssal darkness that loomed large. The entity screeched furiously, shadows contorting in all directions, their forms blurring in frenzied attempts to reclaim power. A sound akin to shattering glass erupted, the cries imploding into an unsettling roar that resonated against my bones. Suddenly, it lunged forward, a dart of darkness darting towards me, anger and desperation manifesting in its wild movements. I raised my hands desperately, my heart racing as I focused on the light. "Get away from me!" I screamed, unleashing another wave of brilliance I thought I didn't have left. The force erupted from me as the shadows recoiled, but this time, the air shifted, and the silhouette of the entity trembled, revealing an unsettling truth. Each jolt of light revealed something undeniably human in the shadow, a flicker of familiarity, the darkest recess of my own being coming back to haunt me. The grotesque figure's face twisted, horrifyingly contorted into a collage of every fear I had ever faced. "You cannot escape me," it whispered, a voice chilling and seducing. "You are a part of me, and always will be." With a shiver down my spine, I grasped what it meant. Every regret, every failure pressed down on me, swirling around like a violent storm. Though I saw the forms of those I had lost in the shadows, I now understood they were reflections of my own mistakes and insecurities, tangled in this web of darkness. "You don't own me!" I yelled again, my voice trembling as shards of light burst brighter than ever. "I will not be defined by you." I could feel the walls shifting around me, reality itself bending to the cries of my conviction. Light exploded, each pulse ripping through the terminal chords of fear, and the room vibrated with an energy that threatened to tear it apart. But the darkness wouldn't give in so easily. A shadow lunged, piercing my heart as a chilling pain reverberated through me, the figure's final scream echoing deep in my chest. "Embrace us!" it shrieked, viciously pulling me into its grasp, and I felt the familiar tug of despair, trying to drown my light in suffocating blackness. Gasping for air, I fought against the torrent of turbulent thoughts clawing at the edges of my mind. The shadows bled together, weaving a tight web around my will, and I struggled, inching toward the flickering flame within, desperate to keep it alive. Just then, a stunning clarity washed over me. The understanding that light is not the absence of darkness, but a force capable of transformation. As hope surged within, the colors around me blended into shapes, the terrified faces of unwound spirits drawn toward the light in a desperate plea for help. "I refuse to carry you," I cried, feeling the surge of anger hit like a wave, brimming over into righteous fury. "You will not take me. You will never own me." Each word grew from a whisper to a battle cry, and in that moment, I unleashed everything. The onslaught of light illuminated the shadows, burning brighter than before, wrestling against the darkness, intensifying with every assertion of my will. The walls vibrated, a deep pulse echoing through the air, as the darkness clashed against that searing brightness. But the shadows wouldn't relent, striking back with all their might, their fangs bared, diving into the depths of my mind. "You will join us," 1,000 voices shrieked in unison, weaving themselves into the very fabric of the room, pulling me down into the horror of my own psyche. Every pulse of light fought against the abyss, but I could feel the encroaching darkness, the very fibers of terror coiling around me, making every breath a struggle. Out of nowhere, a devastating realization crept in. If I lost, my spirit would be forever trapped within this nightmare, echoing with the shadows like an unending lament. The thought alone ignited a flame within, brighter than the vast ocean of despair that sought to engulf me. "No!" I screamed, pulling from a deeper source, the light shimmering with newfound intensity as I focused once more on my memories, anchoring them in my heart. I thought of love, of laughter, and of the light shining through the darkest moments. "You don't define me," I shouted, pushing against the shadows as they hissed in growing alarm. "I choose what I carry." With one final surge, I took a step forward, embracing the light, the shadows recoiling in horror as they felt my newfound determination. The walls trembled, shuddering beneath the weight of chaos that enveloped us, and I unleashed the force of everything I had. The shadows screamed, distorting in pain as the energy exploded outward, churning the darkness into vapor, sending waves of light cascading through the room. The air buzzed with the electric charge of defiance, resonating deep in my soul as I fought back against the latest flood of darkness clawing at my resolve. The silhouettes melted before me, cracking and splintering like glass shattering against stone. But still, that final figure remained, creeping closer, a vile whisper dancing along my skin. "You can't escape. You can't escape." And in the heart of that darkest entity, I sensed an insatiable hunger, a longing for something more than just torment. With one last push of pure light, I felt the energy surge through me, wrapping around the shadow like a blanket, illuminating its edges as it stumbled back. "Enough!" I cried. "You no longer command my heart." The room exploded with radiant brightness, and for a second, I could feel the shadows pull back, forcefully expelled from my being. With one final surge, dispelling the darkness entirely, I stood there, breathless yet unwavering in the face of what had once overpowered me. The echoes of the haunting whispers still lingered, clawing at the edges of my mind, but I would prevail. The encounter had awakened something fierce within, a glimmer of resilience, and I now understood that the true battle lay ahead. With the last remnants of darkness fading, I stepped forward cautiously, eyes scanning the shifting shadows, the terrible entity threatening to emerge once again from the depths of my fears. The shadows receded but still whispered, their voices a haunting echo in the back of my mind, snaking through the remnants of my bravado. The air was charged with an unsettling hum, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, every breath a testament to my vulnerability. I stepped forward cautiously, each footfall heavy against the floor, the darkness still curling and lurking, waiting for an opportunity to reclaim its hold. The room felt alive, the shadows shifting like a living entity, teasing the edges of my vision as I moved deeper into its embrace. Every corner I glanced, it seemed to hold a lurking figure, twisted faces emerging for just a moment before dissolving back into darkness. I could almost sense their malice, the weight of centuries of despair clinging to the walls, saturating the air with a cold dread. The emptiness moved with quiet precision, and I wondered if it could feel my uncertainty, feeding on my fear. Then, without warning, the lights flickered overhead, plunging me into darkness for a heartbeat that felt eternal. The loss of light invaded every logic in my mind, sending shivers spidering down my spine. I clenched my fists, my heart racing, as I stood frozen, listening for any sound that could indicate danger. A rustle broke the silence, sharp and metallic. My breath hitched, a sudden, icy chill coursing through the air as panic began to bubble within me. "Show yourself!" I shouted. Voice echoed through the void, defiant yet trembling. Silence swallowed my words, but I could feel it. The shadows were shifting, pulling me in, offering a promise wrapped in despair. The light flickered back to life, exposing a figure standing at the edge of my peripheral vision. Paralyzed with fear, I turned slowly, dread knotting tight in my stomach as I faced the apparition. It was a girl, her skin pale as moonlight, eyes wide and hollow, her mouth stretching into a grotesque smile that sent waves of cold crashing through me. "Help me," she whispered, but her voice glided over reality like ice. "You must come with me." She gestured with a bony finger, pointing toward a darkened hallway that seemed to pulse, a vortex of shadows beckoning me closer, promising secrets I dared not uncover. A whisper of wind swept through the room, carrying a chill so biting it made my skin prickle. "Don't go in there," I warned myself, heart thundering loudly in my chest, but the girl's eyes glimmered with a haunting urgency that pulled at my resolve. "Please," she pleaded, her voice a siren song, wrapping around me like a warm blanket that quickly turned to ice. "They are waiting for you." The shadows danced at her feet, curling around her ankles, whispering sweetly as they urged me to step forward. Fighting against the pull, I forced my eyes away from her, glancing into the hallway. It stretched into an abyss, the walls lining with grotesque faces that seemed to twist in agony, mouths open in silent screams that reached out into the void. I stumbled back, instinctively shielding myself, when a wave of despair washed over me, deep and tangible. "What do you want from me?" I shouted, anger and fear entwined. The girl's smile widened, an unnatural thing that twisted her features and sent another shiver racing down my spine. "Everything," she hissed, her voice now sharp, cutting through the air. "Only everything." And in that instant, shadows surged forward, swallowing her whole, dragging her into the darkness where she vanished without a trace, leaving only an echo of her chilling laughter behind. The specter of fear planted itself firmly in my mind, growing roots that gripped my heart. I felt the walls close in, shadows creeping closer, their whispers now a cacophony of madness, a symphony beckoning me to give in, to surrender. My palms were clammy as I took a single step back, but the shadows seemed to stretch, clawing at me, eager for a taste of my terror. "It's just a trick," I muttered under my breath, willing myself to remember the light that had saved me before. But with every flicker of hope, the shadows seemed to grow bolder, whispering secrets that wrapped around my mind, filling me with visions of despair that no light could eradicate. Images flooded my mind, memories warped and distorted by darkness. The faces of those I loved twisted into masks of horror, their cries drowning me in guilt and regret. I staggered back as they materialized around me, grotesque apparitions emerging from the shadowed corners, their eyes hollow and sunken. "Your weakness will devour you," they echoed, voices layered and haunting, swirling around me like a storm. The air thickened, pressing inwards until each breath felt like wading through water. I stumbled, and my vision blurred, my knees threatening to buckle beneath the weight of my own thoughts. "No, not like this," I gasped, shaking my head violently. I remembered the power I wielded, the defiance against the shadows. Summoning my will, I pushed against the angst building within, focusing on the glowing spark that still flickered inside. "You are not real. You are just shadows." But as I shouted, the darkness surged forward, enveloping me in a suffocating embrace. I felt its cold tendrils wrap around my throat, tightening in a vice that made it hard to breathe, choking out every remaining shred of confidence. "You will not escape," they hissed, their voices slithering into my ears like poison. Panic flooded me anew, and I slammed my eyes shut, willing the shadows away. I felt like a marionette, our lives intertwined, strung along the precarious threads of reality and despair, the very essence of me becoming lost amid the sullen faces swirling around me. In that moment, all seemed lost, as if the shadows were feeding off my despair, pulling me deep into their cold, consuming depths. But just then, a flicker caught my eye, a beam of light cutting through the darkness, shooting from the very core of my heart. I didn't think. I leapt, thrusting my hands out instinctively. The brilliance exploded outward, illuminating the figures surrounding me, their faces melting away, screams caught in their throats as they disintegrated into nothingness. As the darkness obscured my vision again, I could hear the frenzied rage rising from the depths. "You cannot hold us back," they screeched, the shadows gathering, a terrible tide eager to pull me under. But I felt the warmth of the light wrapping around me, its embrace stronger than the chilling grip of despair. "You will not take me," I shrieked, calling forth every ounce of strength I had left. The pulse of bright energy electrified the room, driving back the murky chaos inch by inch. Shapes of shadows shrieked and contorted, desperately clawing at the void, seeking to reclaim me as I surged forward. "You will be mine," they hissed, and it felt as if the very walls were closing in once more. But I pushed back, battling the encroaching darkness, refusing to give in. "I am not your prisoner," I roared, and with that declaration, the light surged anew, bursting forth in a wave that plunged into the heart of the shadows. An explosion of brilliance erupted, flooding the space with blinding radiance, the cacophony of despair and shadows disintegrating against the overwhelming force. But then, in the heart of it all, I sensed something shifting, an unseen presence watching, lurking just beyond the veil of light. The shadows trembled, but beneath that turmoil, a deeper fear brewed, a darkness more ancient than I could comprehend. I felt a foreboding dread wash over me as the whispers grew louder, morphing into a chilling chant. "You can't escape. You will join us." The very air around me crackled with sinister energy as a figure emerged from the darkness, moving forward with a slow, deliberate gait, exuding an aura of authority that struck cold fear into my heart. "Who are you?" I managed to gasp, the question hanging in the air like a frail banner of defiance. The figure loomed closer, shrouded in shadow, their eyes burning with an unsettling light. Hunger and malice entwined in an unsettling dance as they studied me. "I am what you fear most, but also what you cannot resist," it whispered, voice smooth but dripping with menace. The darkness shifted around them, coiling like a serpent ready to strike, feeding off my terror. I felt an invisible grip around my throat, and panic surged. Once more, "You don't control me," I shouted, my voice shaky but resolute. Even as my knees trembled, I pushed against the darkness, summoning every ounce of light still blazing within me. "Ah, but you are wrong," the entity replied, lips curling into a twisted smile that sent chills up my spine. "You chase the light, yet it is the shadows that define your path. The choices you make resonate in the dark." With that, shadows surged forth, their cold tendrils wrapping around me, suffocating every flicker of hope. My heart raced, every instinct screaming for me to fight, yet the weight of their words hung heavily in the air, threatening to pull me back, deeper into despair. Desperately, I focused fiercely, calling on every ounce of defiance I had within. "No!" I screamed, forcing the light to burst forth from my core, setting it free to pierce the shadows, pushing against the encroaching darkness that threatened to swallow me whole. In a blinding flash, the room erupted with illumination, the walls shimmering against the onslaught of shadows retreating under the brilliance. I could feel my pulse quickening, the surge of energy building higher within me as I prepared to reclaim my strength once more. "Enough!" I shouted, hurtling the light forward, carving through the shadows that writhed and howled, the darkness crumbling like ash before a raging fire. My determination surged, an unstoppable force transforming into a powerful beacon of hope, lighting up the edges of the abyss I had found myself ensnared in. But the figure remained, eerily calm in the chaos, watching with an unsettling grin as shadows danced around their feet like relentless spirits. "You think you've won? This is just the beginning," it warned, the voice brushing over my skin, igniting every hair on my body. "Bring it on," I replied defiantly, knowing that the darkness had only shown me part of its power. There was still uncertainty, lingering dread that I could not shake, the knowledge that I had not yet seen the full extent of this malevolence. But I refused to tremble. As I stood there, resolute, the shadows parted, and the figure stepped forward, the air around shifting with every movement. "We have only just started our dance, little light," their voice echoed, low and reverberating like distant thunder. And just as I thought I could breathe again, they lunged forward, shadows erupting into a storm, veiling their movements in a torrent of dark fury, hell-bent on reclaiming everything I had just fought to protect. Every instinct whispered that this was no ordinary battle. It was a clash of wills, a fight against the consuming void of despair that sought my final surrender. I braced myself, knowing that I had to face whatever nightmare lay ahead, aware that the true horror had only just begun. As the shadows twisted and curled around me, I summoned every ounce of light remaining, ready to unleash it against the darkness, threatening to engulf my very essence. The shadows twisted around me, kinetic and alive. I could feel their energy crawling against my skin, every tremor echoing with malice. The air became thick, dense with a foreboding pressure that pressed down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I prepared myself, summoning the light I could feel growing just beneath the surface. But even as my fingers sparked with energy, the figure lunged, pale and furious, the shadows reaching out like ravenous claws, each one eager to drag me back into their suffocating abyss. "Fight me if you dare." The figure's voice slithered through the chaos, layered with mockery and confidence that sent a shiver rippling through my resolve. I could feel the coldness of their presence wrapping around me, but I wouldn't let fear win. With a defiant shout, I unleashed the light, a blinding wave exploding toward them, a bright beacon slicing through the murky darkness. As the radiance pulsed through the room, the shadows screeched, recoiling like exiled creatures. In that moment of clarity, everything felt amplified. The shadows writhed, their forms flickering and distorting, revealing glimpses of twisted faces within. But that clarity was short-lived. The figures swiftly regained composure, drawing even more shadows to them, amplifying their dreadful presence. "You think your light can stop the darkness?" They taunted, the shadows swirling like a storm, merging into a massive form that loomed larger than life. My heart raced, still pounding incessantly as I braced myself for the onslaught. The floor beneath me trembled as the shadow amalgamation surged forward, engulfing everything in its wake. A chill washed over me as I felt the grip of despair claw at my mind, echoing with familiar voices, reminding me of every loss, every regret that I had ever fought to overcome. "You left them. You could have saved them." The words echoed like thunder, reverberating in my conscience as dread gnawed at my resolve, each syllable a tormenting reminder that pushed at every crack in my defenses. "Stop!" I yelled, shaking my head, fighting against the tide of memories that threatened to drown me. But they surged onward, a gale of anguish spiraling around me, carrying whispers of what could have been. "Join us, and be free of your pain." I could see distorted figures rising up, friends, loved ones, each with a haunted look in their eyes, reaching out to me, but turning into grotesque silhouettes as they neared. With every heartbeat, I felt myself slipping, the weight of sorrow overwhelming, pushing me closer to the edge. My vision blurred as I struggled to hold on to the last remnants of my resolve. I couldn't let them take me back. "Enough!" I spat out, a flicker of defiance igniting inside me as the wave of shadows pressed against me. I willed the light surging inside to build, gathering strength, merging into a radiant pulse of energy. I will not give in. The shadows recoiled momentarily, the light stunning their advance, but then the figure unleashed a feral scream. "You are mine," they howled, a wave of darkness crashing against the light, snuffing out its brilliance like a candle caught in a tempest. The shadows surged, entwining around me like chains weighing down my limbs, a vice gripping my heart and squeezing. I gasped, horror flooding through me, every breath becoming a fight. "I won't fall," I shouted, my voice cracking, trying to find my inner strength. But the shadows' call was maddening. They twisted and turned, pushing and pulling, feeding off the pain they dredged up from within me. "No!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat as I fought against their relentless grasp. The faces of the lost surrounded me, each memorized in a fit of agony, their wails echoing through the void. I could feel my heart racing, the panic eerily creeping in. Would I be one of them? Would I become just another shadow? With one last push of will, I focused on the light within, but it flickered uncertainly, battling against the storm of despair. "You are strong," I whispered to myself, drawing on every moment of bravery I had ever felt, letting it fuel the flickering spark until it began to grow brighter against the dark tide. In an explosion of radiance, I thrust everything I had into the midst of the shadows. The light flared, pulsing with hope as it buffered against the encroaching darkness. "This is my fight," I bellowed, the words ringing free from fear, echoing reverberating thoughts into the chaos. In a furious flash, the wave of illumination surged outward, creating a dome of light that expanded and pressed against the shadows, illuminating the twisted faces trapped in there. "Torment!" they screamed, writhing in agony as I fought to free them and, more importantly, free myself. But the darkness resisted, gnashing at the light with rage. "You will not escape. You cannot save them." The shadows morphed again, swirling into shadows that reached for the light with claws extended, angry tendrils grasping fiercely. "Let them go!" I cried out, tears mixing with the sweat of fear and exertion streaming down my face. "You cannot keep me. I refuse you." With each word, I felt the light ignite within, the pulse intensifying as I unleashed it fully, roaring with strength and conviction. The shadows howled, their cries like the whispers of winds in a storm as the light burst forth, chasing the dark beings from my sight once and for all. But even as the shadows flickered and swirled around me, the figure remained, a dark silhouette against the brilliance, eyes gleaming with malicious intent. "You think you can rid me so easily?" they hissed, darkness swirling like liquid night as it coiled around my legs, pulling me down. With each passing moment, their power grew, clawing at my ankles, grasping at my heart as it thudded in my ears like a war drum. The shadows danced wildly, darting closer to devour every glimmer of my resilience. I felt the coldness seeping through, whispering sweet nothings of surrender, drowning my thoughts. "No!" I screamed, panic escalating as terror gripped my throat. I fought wildly against their grasp, air escaping in desperate gasps. The shadows clutched at me like the icy fingers of the dead, and with every pulse of their darkness, I felt their suffocating lethargy pulling me down. "Accept your truth," the figure spat, forming closer and closer, their features obscured but each word dripping with the weight of despair, wrapping around me like chains. "You will never be free from the past. You belong to the dark now." But their voice ignited a fire deep within me, pushing away the icy grip of failure. "No more!" I shouted, and with every ounce of defiance, I surged the light forth, forcing it back, willing it to shatter the chains, chasing away the darkness that threatened to consume me whole. Finally, I felt warmth bloom, expanding and pushing against the shadows with renewed force. I focused, letting the light flow through me like a radiant stream, pulsing vibrantly, brilliant heat washing away the chill. The shadows cried out, recoiling, exposing the twisted faces that had haunted me as they whirled around in their desperate retreat from the overpowering brightness. The figures shrieked, their form flickering, caught in the blinding blaze. "You cannot outrun me." But I stood my ground, my heart hammering as I confronted their looming shape, light shimmering around me like armor. "I am my own. You can't hold me," I declared fiercely, channeling everything I held close into the explosion of brilliance that swirled around me. The room echoed with my voice, a sound wave that swept through the darkness, drowning the shadows that had tormented my thoughts for so long. I witnessed the darkness waver, the screams dissipating into the corners of the room, swallowed by the illuminating power surging forth. Yet just when I thought victory was within reach, the figure lunged again, their shadows condensing into a mass of darkness, bearing teeth that glimmered like daggers in the light. "You are a fool to think you can escape," they hissed, voice dripping with malice. My resolve trembled, fear brushing against the edges of my consciousness again. What could withstand this never-ending entity? But with every pulse of strength, I remembered the love and laughter, the flickering lights that had fought alongside me. They were right there in my heart. This was not the end. It was simply a path, one I had to face. Gritting my teeth, I focused every ounce of energy I could conjure, prepared to confront whatever lay within. "Bring it on!" I shouted as I drew the light closer, ready to unleash it upon the oppressive darkness surrounding me. As fear locked with the determination to rise, I felt the ground shift beneath me. There was a whisper, an ancient sound calling from the depths of history itself. "The shadows may pull, but remember your light will always pierce the night." I took a breath, embraced the warmth, and let myself plunge into that unfathomable power, ready to face the figure that wanted nothing more than to consume my very essence. The real battle had only just begun. The overwhelming force of the dark entity surged towards me, an unrelenting tide of shadows clawing at my essence. I could feel my heart thudding like a war drum, with each beat reverberating in the chaos that surrounded me. Just as I prepared to unleash my light against them, the figure's voice twisted through the air, dripping with venom. "You will see your past, and you will crumble. Nothing can save you from the truth you hide away." The shadows enveloped me, and suddenly I was thrust into a vortex of memories so vivid they felt like new wounds opening on my skin. Darkness melted away, replaced by scenes from my life, the moments I had buried deep in desperation to forget. I winced as I found myself back in the hallway of my childhood home, the air thick with the scent of decay and despair. I could hear whispers, eerie and chilling, echoing down the corridor where laughter used to echo. As I turned the corner, my heart dropped. There in the dim light, I saw the silhouettes of my family. They stood still, faces turned away, their forms warped and obscured in shadows that shifted with every breath. "Why did you leave us?" A voice carried through the stillness, soft yet haunting, filled with an unbearable sorrow. I wanted to scream, but found my voice lost in the oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, the shadows writhed, morphing into grotesque shapes that loomed closer, reflecting the pain of each person I had loved and lost. "You abandoned us. We were begging for help," another voice echoed, each word dripping with the weight of accusation, echoing in the recesses of my mind. They were right. Each face was a reminder of my guilt, memories that twisted my insides, threatening to pull me down into the darkness. "No!" I shouted, but the shadows grew more powerful, their tendrils snaking around my limbs, forcing me to relive every moment of regret. The memories surged forward like a tidal wave, storms of emotion crashing over me as I yelled to drown them out. But the past refused to let me go. It surged through my mind like a serpent, each memory constricting tighter around my heart. I felt hollow. The weight of every decision loomed larger, suffocating me under its heaviness. The shadows whispered into my ear, their caustic breath freezing my nerve. "You cannot escape. You belong to us." I fought back, focusing on the light I once felt, a warmth buried deep within. "You are not real. I will not bow to you." The words burst forth, fueled by desperation, driving the shadows back, though my voice trembled as I spoke. But the figure loomed closer, emerging from the swirling darkness, its shape undulating like a storm waiting to fall. "You think some flicker of light can stop me? I am the manifestation of your fears, the culmination of all your dark choices. I will devour you." The shadows around me shrieked in response, amplifying the terror in my chest as I clenched my fists, ready to fight. "I will not let you win," I bellowed, drawing the energy of my resolve into one moment of power. The air shimmered in front of me, and I felt a pulsating strength building within, a flame growing more intense by the second. But as the light ignited, I heard the voices from my past slip into the shadows, their tones merging into a cacophony of despair. "You were the reason we didn't make it. You were weak." Their accusations sharpened, cutting through my defenses, striking deep into the marrow of my being. I staggered back, struggling to keep hold of my light amid the torment. "No, stop it," I cried out, grappling with the memories weighing me down. Shadows twisted around my feet, gripping tighter, growing heavier as they slowly pulled me into the darkness. With every ounce of strength, I pushed against them, soaring into an unfamiliar space where despair tried to swallow me whole. "I am stronger than this," I roared, desperately trying to break free from their grasp, forcing the light outward in a grand, desperate explosion. Yet, the shadows only laughed, an infernal sound that reverberated through the air, echoing my fears back at me. "You think you're breaking free? This is merely a taste of what you must face," they howled, and suddenly, the memories flooded back with startling clarity, drawing me closer to the brink of screams that curled my insides with terror. I was thrust into a pitch-black void, memories circling like vultures stalking their prey. There, in the emptiness, I saw my past mistakes displayed vividly, tormenting me as apparitions materialized like specters from the dark, their mouths moving in shared agony. "You left us for your own happiness. You will pay." The demonic whispers consumed my thoughts, each accusation building up a weight I couldn't bear. "You are nothing without us," they shrieked, and I stumbled back, feeling the cold chill of regret creep over me, pulling me down like a lead weight. "No, please," I murmured through clenched teeth, squeezing my eyes shut to block out the haunting images. I felt the shadows tightening around my throat, dragging me closer to their world of despair. "I can't do this anymore." In that moment of desperation, a glimmer sparked in the depths of my heart. "You cannot hold me," I cried, and with that utterance, I summoned the light, watching as it burst forth, illuminating the eerie shadows that surrounded me. The warmth cascaded through me, igniting every part of my soul, and the memories began to melt under its brilliance. But the shadows reacted, thrashing wildly as if stung by the light. "You don't know what you're fighting." The figures shrieked, their form fragmented, dark tendrils swirling around them in chaotic spirals. "You cannot hide from your darkness. It is who you are." As they lunged forward, their darkness crashed against my newfound glow, and for a moment, I felt the clash of power vibrate through me, shaking the very foundation of my being. My heart pounded as I pressed forward, pouring every ounce of strength into that radiant force, pushing back against the encroaching void that threatened to absorb me. The shadows shrieked and twisted, fighting against the light that illuminated their grotesque forms. Every distorted face my memories had conjured shifted and screamed, merging together in a terrifying chorus of fear. I felt their pain, every ounce of their anguish resonating deeply within me, and it threatened to pull me down again. "Enough!" I shouted, voice roaring like thunder. I would not let them take me. I would not join their hollow existence. I surged forth, feeling the light radiate brighter, more powerful than ever, pushing through the tendrils that sought to bind me. The figure faltered for a moment, and I seized the opportunity, propelling every ounce of my energy into a beacon of hope. "I will not bow to you," I screamed, the light streaming from my fingertips in brilliant waves. Every shadow drew back, their screeches blending into the night, fading against the onslaught of my defiance. But as the shadows began to retreat, the figure chuckled, a sound of low menace that sent chills down my spine. "Foolish light will only bring forth greater darkness. The deeper the light, the more shadows will come." With a wicked grin, they reached into the void, And that's when I sensed it, a malevolence like a thick miasma creeping through the cracks, seeping into the light, twisting reality around us. I could feel it like ice flooding my veins, lifeless and cold, wrapping around my heart and squeezing tightly. I gasped, fear clawing at my throat. "What are you doing?" I shouted, panic ringing through every syllable. The shadows twisted, dark tendrils pulling away from the light to gather in a storm of blackness, swirling ominously above, creating a world where despair reigned supreme. They hissed, and in that moment, the shadows coalesced into something more, a looming shape that sent waves of dread crashing through me. The ground began to tremble, and cracks formed, revealing deeper darkness beneath, a chasm yawning wide, hungry to consume everything. I realized the shadows were uniting, forming a creature so vast and grotesque that reality seemed to bend around it, a beast of nightmares, forged from every fear I had ever faced. Its eyes glowed with malice, reflecting my deepest insecurities, reminding me of all I had lost and all I had never been. "My will is absolute," the figure shouted, and I felt a tremendous force surge forward, yanking at my limbs, forcing me closer to the beast that was growing in front of me. Embrace the darkness or suffer. It was at that moment I knew I stood on the precipice, the brink of something I had never fathomed. I could either succumb to this all-consuming shadow, becoming just another whisper in the dark, or I could shatter the illusion and rise above the horror. I took a deep breath, my heart racing as I stepped forward. "I choose to fight," I declared, feeling courage surge through me as I called upon the very essence of light within my soul, piercing the gathering darkness with raw determination. And with one final surge, I hurled the energy from my core towards the grotesque creature. The brilliant light surged forth, illuminating the darkness with blinding radiance, shattering the shadows like glass, scattering them into nothingness. Yet, even as I poured my light into the heart of the shadowy monstrosity, I could feel the figure tightening the bond around me, like chains squeezing closer together, threatening to imprison me forever. "You will never escape my grasp. You belong to the dark." The weight of despair pressed down harder, the ground shuddering beneath me as the creature roared, a primal sound that reverberated through the emptiness, shaking me to my core. No matter how hard I fought, the darkness persisted, clawing at my spirit, whispering taunts that filled the air with chilling discontent. "Your light means nothing here," it screamed like thunder, the shadows writhing, threatening to pull me under again. But even as fear rattled my bones, I refused to yield. I would not let it define me. I could feel my pulse thundering in my ears, the fight surging within me stronger than ever. With every ounce of willpower, I pushed the light forward, brighter and more potent than before, a heart of hope raging against the gathering storm. Then something snapped within me, an understanding gained through the chaos. I defined my destiny, I shouted defiantly, a roar of fire leaving my lips as the illumination intensified, overwhelming the shadows with its brilliance. The darkness shrieked, a cacophony of terror that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality surrounding us. The creature surged forward, but I pierced through its core of shadows, attacking the source of its malevolence with unyielding resolve. In an explosive burst of energy, the shadows that had once held me captive began to dissolve, the beast reeling backward as my light enveloped it entirely. A radiant flash illuminated the entire realm, driving away the chilling dread and consuming the darkness that had threatened to engulf me. As the blinding surge washed over everything, I felt it freedom. The grasp of despair lifted, replaced by the warmth of hope that filled every corner of my being. I looked around, realizing I had shattered the manifestation of my fears, as the echoes of the past dissolved like smoke in the dawn, lost to the light I had summoned. But in the distance, I saw the figure, lingering on the border of the radiant realm I had created, their eyes glinting with an unsettling satisfaction. Their voice drifted toward me, impossibly calm. "This is only a battle, and battles are never truly won. You will face me again, and beneath the echo of their promise, I felt the shadows writhe, gathering with renewed strength, lurking just beyond the light as they whispered my name, a sinister chorus ready to reclaim what they had lost. The battle was far from over, and I could feel it. The next storm was brewing, lurking just beyond the horizon, ready to test my spirit once again. The threat of their return hung in the air like a storm cloud, ominous and oppressive. But I couldn't allow that fear to paralyze me. I stood there, heart racing, the remnants of the light I had summoned still pulsing through me, warming my skin like a gentle caress. Yet, deep down, a dark dread settled in my gut, whispering warnings that something was lurking just out of sight. I could feel it, a faint chill creeping along my spine that hinted at the darkness returning, a sinister force gathering its strength. As I took a tentative step forward, the ground beneath me shifted, jagged cracks forming like gaping mouths ready to swallow me whole. Visions flickered at the edge of my mind. A flash of my childhood home, the scent of smoke weaving through the air, and the sound of laughter twisted into screams, drowning in an echoing silence. Images of my past danced around me like phantoms as shadows slithered beside my feet, teasing the edges of my vision. "Stop it," I muttered, shaking my head to dispel the haunting echoes. But the shadows only thickened, writhing and pulsating, stretching toward me with unquenchable hunger. Suddenly, the air around me thickened, becoming heavy and stagnant, pressing down on my chest like a weighted blanket. I glanced around, scanning the dimly lit space, searching for any sign of the entity returning. I could feel its presence crawling along the edges of my consciousness, taunting my every thought, weaving through the fabric of the moment. There it was again, a low whispering, soft yet unsettling, curling around the edges of my mind like smoke. "You can't escape your fate," it slithered, a voice deceptively sweet, yet dripping with malice. My heart lurched at the sound. I tried to breathe, to summon the light again, but every attempt felt like trying to catch water in cupped hands. Shadows started shaping themselves into figures, their outlines sharp and menacing, dripping with despair and darkness. I flinched as I noticed one begin to emerge in front of me, a twisted reflection of everything I feared, its features grotesque and shifting. "Look, it's you," it mocked, the words laced with cruel amusement. "The world you fear is just as treacherous as you thought, isn't it? Your failures, your regrets, they'll devour you just like I will." The shadow lunged forward, and a chill of panic gripped me. In that instant, I was back in that hallway of my childhood home, the air thick with the memory of smoke and fire, darkness licking at my heels. I could hear the wails of the past echoing through the corridors, a symphony of despair that felt all too familiar. "Please no!" I cried out as the memories flooded back. Visions of my family, my failed promises and lost opportunities, closed in on me, suffocating like a noose around my neck. The laughter faded, replaced by strained screams that echoed within the confines of my mind. "Remember how you abandoned us?" the shadow hissed, its face shifting and swirling in a nightmarish display. "You thought you could run from the truth, but the truth is part of you." I staggered back, the weight of shame pouring into my heart like a dark liquid, each drop a reminder of my past mistakes. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, the pressure of the shadows pressing down on me like an anchor dragging me into the depths. "Stop it! I won't let you take me again," I shouted, searching for the light that was flickering within. I refused to succumb. I wouldn't let them drag me back to that abyss. Taking a deep breath, I focused, trying to dig deep into my core to find any spark of resilience remaining. Suddenly, a flicker ignited within the dark, a weak glow pushing against the suffocating dread. The shadows recoiled like burnt moths, shrieking angrily, their forms shifting wildly as my light surged in response. "You think that little spark can save you?" the figure sneered, darting forward once more. "You'll find that hope is a fleeting illusion. It only serves to draw me closer." Desperation clawed at my throat as the tendrils of shadows began to gather around me, intertwining and tightening, making breathing feel like a distant memory. Suddenly, something deep inside me snapped. "Get away from me!" I roared, my voice cutting through the claustrophobic darkness that threatened to consume me. In that moment of defiance, I summoned every ounce of light I had, unleashing it like a force of nature, a shockwave radiating outward that shattered the shadows around me. The figures screeched, their forms dissolving into wisps of despair, fading into nothingness. But the figure remained, rooted in place, their malevolent grin widening. You may have pushed back the darkness today, but it never truly vanishes. It lies in wait, ready to strike when you are weakest. It taunted, its voice seeping into my skin like poison, infected with the knowledge of the impending storm. And as it spoke, I felt the ground shift beneath me, trembling as darkness pooled together once again in the distance. Razor-sharp tendrils crept from the shadows, wrapping around my legs, pulling tighter with each passing heartbeat. The ominous rumble of something far greater was rising, promising destruction. The walls around me warped and twisted, becoming a living entity fueled by dark energy. I could hear the walls whispering cruel secrets, weaving an unsettling narrative that echoed through the dark. You cannot escape who you truly are. You have always been weak. With every pulse of fear, my resolve was being tested, and all I wanted was to run. I felt lost, adrift in a sea of shadows, battling whispers that clawed at my sanity. "What do you want from me?" I shouted, voice trembling but persistent. "Only what you have hidden from yourself," it replied, the deep timbre dripping with dark satisfaction. "You want to be free? First, you will confront the truth. Only then can you truly say you fought back." The darkness surged, pulling me forward as if testing my determination. I steadied myself, unwilling to falter, unwilling to submit. As the shadows encircled me like vultures waiting for a feast, I felt myself on the brink, tilting between light and dark. Suddenly, my childhood memories surged back, vivid and alive, spinning like a cyclone around me. But now there was clarity. I wasn't just facing shadows. I had a chance to reconcile with every fragment of my past that had haunted me. "That's right," the figure crooned, watching me with gleaming eyes. "Face it. Dive into the darkness. Show me how it felt to abandon everything you ever loved." "No!" I screamed, the words tearing from deep within, a raw cry against the dark, swirling storm. "I won't let you dig up my past. I've moved beyond. I'll face it on my own terms." A wave of light surged with my declaration, sizzling and crackling as I pulled it from within myself, weaving it into a shield. The shadows clashed against my newfound resolve, but I held strong, the brightness illuminating the grotesque figures that tried to invade my space. Yet, the figure only continued to smile, that devilish grin stretching wider, like they were enjoying the show. "Very well. Let's see how long you can hold on," it hissed, gesture directed at the swirling mass of shadows skittering across the ground, preparing to weave together anew. I felt it building, a storm on the horizon reflecting my own uncertainty. The shadows beckoned with promises of pain long forgotten, pooling with the echoes of self-doubt. My surroundings twisted into a labyrinth of my own making, each corner holding a shadow of the past, each turn promising a glimpse into hardship unhealed. And for a heartbeat, I hesitated, my light flickering in tandem with my wavering will to face it all. What if they're right? My voice trembled, low and uncertain, rising from the depths of me like a haunting melody. All I ever wanted was to escape, to be free of it all, but maybe embracing my truth was the only way to truly be liberated from their grasp. But as doubt set in, the shadows paused, waiting with an energy so thick I felt it in my bones. "What will you choose?" the figure queried, eyes boring into me, reflecting their delight in my unraveling. "Who do you wish to become?" A cold sweat crept down my back as the shadows thickened even further, readying for the final blow, an explosive ambush as the depths of despair wrapped around my heart and squeezed. I felt the suffocation, the sense of losing myself again, and in that moment I knew what I had to do. Summoning all my strength, I burst through the thick fog of shadows, crying out, I choose to face my darkness. I choose the light shining in my heart. The air shimmered, and with that proclamation, I felt the pulse of reality shift. Shadows twisted, their edges blurring as I took a step forward through the uncertain haze, the light illuminating the grotesque figures, shattering their forms into shards that crumbled to the ground like ash. But as I pressed on, a chilling laugh echoed through the labyrinth, mocking and twisted. You think this is over? Every scar you heal is a mark of the darkness that will always remain. And as their words hung heavy in the air, I felt it linger behind me, clawing its way into my thoughts. Shadows began to weave back together, still lurking in the darkness, resilient and relentless. This was just the beginning. Each step I took echoed around me, reverberating through the labyrinth. I pressed on, determined to find my path through the turmoil, unsure where it would lead but resolute in my quest for freedom. I let the light guide me as I ventured deeper into the unknown, ready to confront whatever came next, ready to embrace the battle that lay ahead. But in the depths of my mind, I felt the shadows follow, a reminder of what waited just beyond sight, a promise that the darkness would always seek to reclaim what I fought to keep. The echoes whispered promises of anguish, a tantalizing reminder that the journey was far from over. As I ventured further into the heart of the maze, I could feel their presence swarming around me, a swarm of shadows intertwining as they whispered my name, sending shivers down my spine. You will never be free, they hissed, each word like a knife slicing through the thin veil of hope I clung to. My heart raced as I navigated through the darkness, desperately searching for a way out. Each corner I turned led me deeper into my fears, looping endlessly like a nightmare with no end. And every time I thought I could escape, the laughter of the figure echoed, ringing in my ears. But I pressed on, determined to find the source of the menacing laughter, chasing it through the winding paths of despair. I needed to face it head on, to break the cycle that had trapped me in this waking nightmare. As I turned another corner, hope flickered. There it lay, a faint glimmer of light piercing through the thick shadows, inviting me closer. This way, it beckoned, illuminating the edges of the darkness that surrounded me. But with each step toward it, I could sense the shadows slithering closer, willing to envelop me once again. My instincts screamed for me to turn back, to run from the darkness creeping in, but I stood firm, deciding to confront whatever tried to pull me away from my light. I reached for the warmth beckoning me, pushing against the oncoming tide of shadow. Drawing closer, I could see it more clearly. A doorway shimmered just beyond the reach of shadows, light spilling out into the void, creating a stark contrast against the overwhelming dark. It whispered promises of escape, of freedom from the burdens weighing so heavily upon my soul. But just as I reached out toward the door, the laughter shrieked, drowning out the warmth still beckoning me. You think you can leave? There is no escape from what's inside you. Suddenly, the shadows surged forward, clawing at my heels, threatening to consume me entirely. They tangled around my feet, wrapping tight, ready to pull me down into their abyss. The door shimmered brightly ahead, but fear and doubt clutched my heart, a grip so tight I could barely breathe. My heart pounded as shadows twisted and curled, sending a wave of desperation crashing over me. You don't belong in the light, they hissed, their voices rising into a deafening roar, mixing with the laughter that echoed through the dim haze. But deep within, a spark ignited, a defiance that refused to be quelled. I am not yours, I shouted, summoning every ounce of strength within. I pushed forward through the chaos, ready to embrace my truth, ready to shatter the shackles threatening to bind me. The shadows screeched in a tumultuous chorus, their forms twisted and elongated, trying to wrap around me tighter, seeking to pull me down into their eternal grip. But with each scream of defiance that erupted from my lips, I summoned the light swirling within, pouring it out until it felt as if the very essence of my being radiated forth. I surged forward, pushing through the thickening mass of shadows. The doorway shimmered brighter, its glow cutting through the despair like a knife, promising salvation. As I closed the distance, I could feel the shadows shrieking, their voices rising to a dangerous fever pitch. "You can't escape," they howled, their forms splintering and reforming, casting an eerie flicker of movement that twisted at the edges of my vision. "You'll always return to darkness." I gritted my teeth and pressed on, willing my legs to move even as the weight of their chilling threat tethered me in place. Every step felt like wading through sludge, each second an eternity. The shadows lunged, claws of darkness grazing my skin, leaving a trail of freezing sensation that crept through my veins as if they were infecting me with their despair. Suddenly, I stumbled, the ground beneath me erupting in a tangle of myriad limbs writhing like serpents. They curled around my ankles, dragging me down, their icy whispers curling into my ears. Are the pain? The loneliness? It awaits you." Images flooded my mind, memories flashing, each one more haunting than the last. I saw my old friends' faces twisted in disappointment, gasping for help that I had failed to provide. I could hear their cries echoing in the void, wrapping around me like chains tightening more with each heartbeat. "Why couldn't you save us?" Their spectral voices wailed, blending into one dark chorus that reverberated through every corner of the darkened labyrinth. "You left us to fade away. You never even looked back." "No!" I shouted, forcing myself to focus. "I did what I could. I won't let you drag me down again." The light within me flared, illuminating my surroundings in a blinding burst that pushed the darkness back for a brief moment. With renewed strength, I yanked my legs free, breaking the grasp of shadowy tendrils that threatened to engulf me, and launched myself toward that doorway, out of the darkness that sought to claim me. As I neared it, a sound like thunder reverberated through the ground, a warning that a tempest was rising behind me, gathering its forces. But I refused to look back, knowing the only way out was forward. "I am stronger than these illusions," I breathed, fighting against the exhaustion that weighed heavily on my limbs. The light grew, shimmering behind me as I neared the portal that promised escape. Just as I reached for the door, a chilling figure materialized in my path, its silhouette sharp and menacing. The creature loomed, its features obscured by a shroud of darkness that flickered with each pulse of the light around me. It moved seamlessly, gliding closer, its laughter echoing like shattered glass. "Oh, little light," it purred, every word dripped with malice. "You think you can embrace hope alone? Darkness always finds you. It is a part of your very being, just like those haunted souls you abandoned." I stood frozen, caught between panic and the desperate need to escape. The figure stepped forward, the shadows coiling around it like smoke, and I could see its eyes, depths of nothingness, bottomless and hungry, as if ready to swallow whole the last flicker of light I held so dear. "Join us," it whispered, and the shadows stirred, an inviting sense wrapping around me, promising release from the burden of torment. "Accept your fate. Look how weak and broken you are." "No!" I shouted, a raw cry tearing from my throat, remembering the faces of those I had lost and the words that filled my heart with grief. If I didn't fight, what would their memories mean? I needed to break free of this cycle, needed to prove to the darkness that it could not define me. With a wild, desperate breath, I let the light within surge forth again. I focused all my pain, all my memories, both the guilty ones and the joyful ones, into that light. It erupted from my core, radiating with the power of the love I still held for those lost moments. "Enough!" I bellowed, facing the figure as the light enveloped me, forming a protective barrier against the encroaching gloom. The figure reeled back, its form contorting in rage as my light intensified, forcing the shadows to recoil and shrink. Yet even as I unleashed my heightened power, I could feel the darkness swirling and transforming, reforming into something far more menacing. The shadows elongated into intimidating shapes, morphing into my greatest fears. Faces twisted in anguish, dark corners of childhood nightmares igniting and consuming every thread of warmth I offered. The shadows hissed and writhed, their whispers becoming screams of rage. The specter that had confronted me twisted, now taking on the form of my worst fears, my failures, an embodiment of all the things I had run from, all the grief I had tucked away deep inside. "Look at what you've created," it shrieked, an inhuman sound that sliced through the air. "We are you. You can never escape." I felt a freezing wind rip through the hall, snatching at my breath, and for a moment, doubt planted its malicious seed in the back of my mind. But with every heartbeat, I remembered the warmth of love still flickering in my heart despite the shadows surrounding me. "I am not you. I am stronger than this," I yelled defiantly, the light intensifying, exploding with energy that began to shatter the darkness around me. The shadows screamed, a cacophony of rage that reverberated through the void. But then, from behind, I felt a cold grip encircle my wrist, pulling me back. I gasped, panic crashing over me as I tried to claw my way forward, towards the doorway, still shimmering in the distance. I felt the shadows latching onto me, feeding off the fear that bubbled up inside. "You can't just turn away," they taunted, weaving through my thoughts. "You are the dark. You will always return." "Stop!" I cried, tugging my arm with all my strength. But with each desperate attempt to break free, the grip only tightened, as if they were relishing in my struggle. The shadows began to weave intricate patterns around me, crafting illusions that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. I was plunged into memories that weren't mine like a depthless ocean, drowning in despair. Dark figures danced somewhere in the background, whispering secrets about my failures and fears, each one a dagger, stabbing deeper into my heart. "What do you want from me?" I wailed to the shadows, my voice trembling. "It's simple," they replied, their voices coiling around me like serpents. "Acknowledge the truth. You are bound to darkness." Despite the fear flooding my veins, anger surged. "No!" I shouted back, determination igniting like wildfire within me. "You don't own me. I will not let you define my reality." With each emphatic word, I drew on the light growing in my heart, pushing against the oppressive force threatening to drag me under. The energy pulsed and thrummed, and in that moment of defiance, the shadows shrieked, their forms warping and flickering as I surged forward once more. Fueled by that shimmering light of hope, I reached for the doorway ahead, praying that it would lead me out of this nightmare. Each inch I gained felt like pulling through quicksand, but I pressed on, my breath coming in desperate gasps as I approached the shimmering light. Finally, with a surge of strength, I broke free, bursting through the threshold of darkness just as the shadows swelled behind me, trying to reclaim their hold. I stumbled into the light, feeling it wash over my skin like a cleansing tide. But even as I crossed the threshold, I glanced back, the shadows seething with fury and loss. The figure loomed at the doorway, rage twisting its features into a grotesque mask. "You may have escaped now, but this is far from over. The darkness will wait for you, and when it does, it will be more powerful than you could ever imagine." I shuddered as I stepped away from the door, the echo of its laughter slithering into the corners of my mind. But amidst the dread, I stood firm, knowing I had taken a step toward reclaiming my strength. I could feel the vastness of the light around me, engendering hope as I resolved to face whatever lay ahead, determined not to let the shadows claim me again. I turned away, ready to continue my journey, yet the nagging sense of their presence lingered in the air, whispering promises of an inevitable return. The realization settled in. A battle might have been won, but the war against the encroaching darkness was far from finished. With every step into the unknown, I felt the ground tremble beneath me, shadows lurking just beyond my sight, ever watchful and patient. Each heartbeat reminded me to be wary, for the shadows were clever. They would weave in and out of my life, always looking for an opening. The light guiding me flickered, a reminder of the tension hanging between fear and hope. And somewhere, deep in the recesses of my mind, I knew they would return, waiting to test my resolve and readiness for the darkness still awaiting its moment to strike. I stepped further into the shadows encircling me, each footfall stirring the darkness that clung tenaciously. A sense of foreboding washed over me as the air thickened, chilled to the bone. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me, lurking in the dark corners, feeding off my fear, delighting in the torment. Despite my resolve, the memories pressed heavily on my consciousness, reshaping themselves into grotesque shapes that hugged close, promising all the pain I had endured could return in a flash. I clenched my fists, determination rising in me despite the encroaching despair, pushing against the visceral need to cower. Yet as I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling they were close behind, always just out of reach, always a heartbeat away. Each step brought the shadows closer, moving like liquid smoke, swirling and weaving as they mimicked my every action. I turned a corner, my eyes darting, heart pounding. The walls around me began to shimmer with images of my past, moments of grief and regret playing out like old films, stuck on a loop, taunting me. I could hear their whispers, scathing remarks about my failures, echoing in the depths of my mind. You can't escape your fate. You will always be trapped here. The chilling laughter crept back, filling the air with a sense of dread that coiled around my throat, squeezing tighter with each ounce of anxiety that layered upon me. The shadows twisted and morphed, becoming dark figures resembling the people I had lost, eyes hollow, mouthing silent pleas for help. I stumbled backward, my breath hitching in my chest as their faces contorted in agony, a cacophony of ghostly wails rising in a haunting crescendo. "Why did you leave us?" they cried, voices layered on top of each other, creating a sound that threatened to drown me. The guilt sunk in, gnawing at my resolve, forcing tears to spring to my eyes as despair clawed its way back into my heart. "You didn't fight for us?" I shook my head, denial warring against the memories flooding back. "No, I tried. I never stopped fighting." Yet deep down, shadows crept, wrapping around my thoughts, whispering deceit. "You could have saved us," they hissed, lingering at the edges of my reason. Their chilling presence seeped under my skin, working to unravel the defiance I had fought so hard to maintain. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it the scent of decay and despair, and suddenly, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. The shadows morphed into a large, monstrous figure, towering above me, a grotesque fusion of all my fears and regrets, draped in shades of darkness that seemed to ripple with malevolence. It loomed closer, a smile twisting across its featureless face, stretching unnaturally, revealing a void where a mouth should be, ready to consume my light. With sheer terror coursing through me, I backed away, panic clawing at my throat. "Stay away!" I yelled, desperation fueling my voice. The figure advanced, its laughter like thunder, echoing all around me, a relentless reminder of my failures. "You may have escaped once, but I will always be here, waiting in the shadows for you to falter." I turned on my heel and raced back, but the labyrinth had twisted into a confusion of dark paths, each turn a new nightmare, blurring the line between reality and haunting shadows. Walls warped, closing in as if the dark wanted to reclaim me, shoving me back down into despair. The further I ran, the closer the shadows pushed, their whispers crawling under my skin, taunting me as the figures behind me multiplied, smirking with hollow eyes and unbounded hunger. Relentless and hungry, they encircled me, filling the space with their deafening clamor as I fought to break free. But the more I struggled, the tighter their grip became, the shadows morphing and shifting, forming a heavy dome above me, blocking out the faint flickers of light. In that moment, a suffocating wave of sheer panic gripped me as I realized that running wouldn't save me. I had to confront the darkness swarming all around me. Gathering the last remnants of courage, I spun around, facing the nightmare head-on. "I am not afraid of you," I shouted, drawing upon everything I had fought for. The shadows recoiled momentarily, and I seized the opportunity to unleash all of my pent-up emotion, my fears, my pain, my regret, and channel it into a single bright light. As the orb of brilliance burst from within me, it illuminated the suffocating dark, revealing the twisted forms that had tormented me. Fucking them. The shadows hissed and writhed, desperately clawing to retreat as the light cut through their essence, severing the bonds of despair I had unconsciously woven around myself. I flooded the space with warmth that radiated not only from my heart, but from every joyous memory I dared to embrace. I thought of laughter, love, and the souls that had touched my life, and I felt the shadows dissipate, screaming in fury as they began to crumble and fade. Yet, even as the darkness receded, I knew this was not the end. The laughter still echoed faintly, like a distant thunderstorm waiting to break. I could still feel them lingering in the corners of my mind, patiently plotting their return. As I stepped away from the painful memories, I thought I had won, but it was far from complete. The battle would continue. I steadied myself and took a breath, feeling the remnants of the shadows fade, leaving only the chilling memory of their presence behind. Even though I could not escape the lurking darkness entirely, I had faced it and regained a glimmer of hope, knowing that the light inside me could keep growing, stronger and brighter than any shadow trying to reclaim me. As I moved forward into the uncharted territory ahead, I closed my eyes and whispered a promise to myself. No matter how many times the shadows would try to return, I would stand unyielding, armed with the knowledge that I could fight back. I would embrace both the light and the dark, a delicate interplay that shaped my journey. Yet a shuddering chill still danced at the back of my neck, an unnerving reminder that the darkness would always find a way to claw back when I least expected it. Barely able to shake off the dread, I opened my eyes towards the light, focusing on the path ahead. The echoes of the past faded far behind, leaving only the flicker of hope guiding my way forward. This was a journey not just of survival, but of embracing every fragment of my existence, light and shadow intertwined.